Well, hello then and welcome to the Bella Arena here in Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark. What a studio space we have for the next 4 days, and it's going to obviously be home to the biggest FIFA event on the planet, the FIFAe World Cup 2022. What a sight to behold down here. We're very excited for what is about to unfold over the course of the next 4 days. Well, welcome everybody, wherever you are joining us from. Hello, my name is Rachel Stringer, and I'm pretty excited to be here because we haven't had an FEWC since 2019. There wasn't one in 2020 or 2021, of course, so we're very excited to be back here in person. And I'm not going to be alone. I'm going to have an excellent team around me for the course of the next 4 days. And one of them is over my shoulder. You'll recognise him. He's waving. He's back. He loves being here at a World Cup. It's Spencer Owen, of course. Ben, how good does it feel to be back?
It's great to be here. I mean, look around. What an arena we have here as we make our way up to the main stage here. And, of course, the trophy, the coveted trophy, the FEWC. That's what these guys want to be winning. But we can't play FIFA without some FIFA players. So we meet the first players from today who are coming out of Group A. Everybody, let's meet them. Group A. So we have 8 fantastic FIFA players here who are going to line up. You'll recognise some of them, not necessarily the first World Cup, although I think they're right in saying there's 24 debutants here playing in their first FIFAe World Cup. We're going to talk to some of them now. So first off, I'm going to have a little chat with Levi David. If I can just jump in here. Levi, it's your first FIFAe World Cup. You've had a fantastic run last few years, especially during the pandemic online. How important for you is this event to really show what you can do on the biggest stage of all?
I think it's the biggest event of all, and I think it's everybody's dream to win the World Cup, so the same for me.
And you're feeling confident?
I am, yeah.
Okay, Levi David, that's definitely a name to watch out for. All these guys are names to watch out for, but another man I want to talk to is this man right here, Paolo Neto. He's won the EMLS. He's representing Brazil and Atlanta. What are we thinking going into the FIFAe World Cup, Paolo?
Yeah, like we work every day to get here and play this tournament, so it's great to be here and I'm excited.
When you look along this Group A, do you feel confident of getting out? Because I'll tell you a little bit of an insider. We've done some predictions backstage. Every single one of the talent has predicted you to get out of the group. Does that put more pressure on you, or do you like that?
I like that, so I think that bringing me luck, but yeah, I'm confident and it's a hard group, so I'll just play my game and see what happens.
Okay, well that is Group A, guys. Let's meet the guys from Group C next. Here we are, Group C. I'm going to leave Group A the opportunity to go into your booths now, guys. You want to go and get in position and get ready. So Group A just going to get into these amazing booths you can see in the background whilst I talk to some guys from Group C. Starting off with this man right here, Tuga from Portugal, one of 7 players who have qualified for all 3 of these back-to-back events. We've got obviously FEWC this week, we have the Club World Cup, and we have E-Nations. That's got to feel pretty good, Tuga.
I'm feeling great. It has been an amazing year, but it won't mean nothing if I can step up. I'm confident, I have worked a lot, and I'm ready to show it.
And what do you need to do to be the champion here in Copenhagen?
I need to play my best FIFA because right here there are also 31 more players that are the best in the world. So if I can lift a trophy, I need to be in my best shape.
Okay, that's Tuga there, the very talented Tuga from Portugal. Next up, though, I'm going to talk to this man right here, Nicholas 99FC from Argentina. Nicholas, you've been a stalwart in this scene for many years now. We've seen you do some incredible things, including obviously recently winning the E-Champions League. But this is the tournament that so far has evaded you. For me, if you were to win this, it puts you right at the top of that conversation of the best FIFA players of all time. Is that something that you think about?
About the goals, I don't think a lot. But, you know, I won the Champions League trophy. It was amazing, but this trophy is like we all players we want. And, yeah, I will try my 100% to get it.
What are you going to do differently to the previous events you've played? I mean, this isn't your first one. You've been in many times. How do you approach this one?
I think I need to I need to play like really well, I think. But, yeah, I will try my best, as I said.
Okay, that is Nicholas 99FC from Argentina. That is Group C, guys. If you'd like to make your way to your booths and get ready to play some FIFA. So we have some very talented players in Group C. I can't wait for this to kick off, guys. There's going to be fireworks. There always is at the FEWC as they make their way. And you've got to just look at this stage for a second as well, guys. It is, for me, the best setup we've seen at a FIFA tournament. It looks amazing, and I'm sure it's going to be some amazing FIFA. Guys, what are you thinking over there on the sofa?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, it was great, wasn't it, to meet 16 players there out of the 32 that are competing. But let me tell you, it wouldn't be an FEWC without these two boys next to me as well. I'm joined in the studio here by Mike Clabell and Richard Buckley, two great friends of mine, two great voices in the world of FIFA as well. Guys, Rich, I'll come to you first. Lovely to have you here. Now, you've been a little bit unwell, so great to see you back in action. But what a moment. What does this studio look like? And especially because we haven't had a World Cup since 2019 in London. You were there. This looks a bit better than that, doesn't it? It looks awesome out there.
I mean, FIFA always knock it out of the park when it comes to these tournaments. 1,074 days since Mo Alba lifted that trophy in London. We're in Copenhagen in, what, 4 days' time? We're going to have a new world champion.
I love that you've counted that. This guy has all the stats and facts, let me tell you that. His notes down here are epic. Mike Clabell, though, welcome as well. Couldn't be a World Cup without you, mate. I love having you here. Flown over from New York, of course. How are you feeling ahead of this one? Great to hear from the players just there with Spencer, wasn't it?
Well, I think I speak for everyone here. This feels real. This is the pinnacle of the event. This is what you play for. All the competitors want to reach this point, and this is the game changer, not only for their own personal adventure and that narrative, but even when you're looking at partnerships and sponsorships and your progression as really having that claim as the best FIFA player of all time or the best for the season.
And a word on the fact that the playoffs were only about 10 days ago. So they haven't had much time to think about what they achieved just booking their spots here. Surely, Rich, they've been grinding out the game in the past 10 days and haven't really had a great deal of time to get nervous.
Yeah, I think typically in the FIFA season, there's been the playoffs that we've had quite a bit of time between that and then the EU World Cup. Most of these players, especially not from Europe, have flown straight from London, straight here. There's been no time to rest. They've come into Copenhagen and they've been grinding. I really do think that the playoffs are a good indication of what we're going to do. Players who went straight through the winners bracket, I think are going to perform well over the next few days.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a great deal of time, of course. Mike, just picking up from that as well, do you think that's going to play into some people's hands that we wouldn't pretty much expect? The fact that it's been a long season, okay, we started back in October, but it's been a bit of an up and down roller coaster season, and it's been focused quite a lot on 2v2. Now we're playing 1v1 again. It's only been 10 days since playoffs. There's lots of permutations to factor in, isn't there?
Well, I'd like to mirror what Rich had to say with being able to use that as an indicator, but at the same time, FIFA can be kind of cruel. You can have a great weekend, and then a couple weekends later, you're not the same player. You go down early, maybe mentally you're not there. The stage looks different. The energy, the atmosphere, everything's been uplifted. These pods look beautiful. I feel like I'm in a club with a FIFA tournament.
Well, we haven't got the music on at the moment. We'll have that, won't we, in 4 days' time when we crown our champion for 2022 as well. But guys at home, we want you to just get involved as much as possible. This show is for you guys, and we've got a poll starting this morning. Yes, Mike's saying, ooh, already, you can't see him. But we're saying, which group is the toughest to qualify from? Okay, we've got A and C out there at the moment. They're about to get underway. But is it Group A, B, C or D? So B and D will come later on. We'll see them in action there. And how you join in with this poll is you use the hashtags. We'll see them popping up. Now, any one of those hashtags, so FIFAe, FEWC or Fame Your Game, then put either A, B, C or D. We want to hear your thoughts because I know which way these two are going. Are you going to give your thoughts on this at the moment? Are we allowed? It'll obviously affect what the guys are thinking, but come on, Rich. A, B, C or D?
C, and I'll justify my reasoning later.
Okay, C, he's justifying his reason later. Mike, A, B, C or D? Toughest to get out of?
I look at this as which one I wouldn't want to play in if I had the choice. We have amazing competitors in all of the groups, but Group C, I mean, Peixoto, Kekurai, Umit, Alalito, Katja, Tuga, Nicholas, Cohn. I don't want any of these guys. I don't want to play against anyone. You got a lot of the big names and a lot of the success stories there as well.
Well, you mentioned Group C there. Should we start in order? And should we start with Group A and bring you up to speed on who is in Group A? Obviously, we saw them a little bit earlier. Spencer interviewed just 2 of them from Group A, then 2 from Group C, because we'll bring you up to speed on everybody in these groups as the 4 days unfolds, because we've obviously got the group stages on today and tomorrow, and then we get into knockouts as the competition progresses. So Group A then, where we've got Young from Brazil, SPQR, of course. He actually is looking for a move over to Europe as well, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Levy, we heard from him earlier. Team Haj, he's a local boy, which is pretty exciting for him. One Way Crazy, equally a local boy. Damn Sheet, Lamps from North America. I know Mike will have a lot to say about that guy. He didn't actually back him that much at playoffs, guys. He watched that 2 weeks ago. I had to really put it out there. Come on, don't you know this guy pretty well? Paolo Neto, we've spoken about him, EMLS champion from South America as well. Great competitor. And then Stingray, can we back the locals there? Richard Buckley, they're coming home. Is it coming home with Stingray from the UK? I mean, they are 8 players from Group A. Then Rich, I'll come with you first. Don't talk about Stingray just yet, because I know you're thinking he has some good chances here over the next 4 days. But talk about a player there maybe we don't particularly know that much about.
Yeah, so I'll talk about Team Haj. Danish boy, and
He's listening to you.
Our audio can go out. He beat Olelito to qualify. A big player. And then also, a few months ago, he won the E-Superliga Season 7 Championship here in Copenhagen. He knows what it takes to get over the line. He knows what it takes to win. And maybe if he can progress later in the tournament and we start to get a few fans in, the fan favourite, a little bit of noise coming in for him, you never know. You never know.
And the fact that, I think Spencer mentioned it, there's 24 guys who have never been to a World Cup before. Haj is one of them. He possibly doesn't know what it's like to be here, doesn't know the pressure. He's on home soil. He hasn't had to go and fly everywhere. He's probably had the comfort of his own home for the past few days instead of staying in a hotel for the entire time. That probably plays into his hands.
I think the difference this year, and we'll talk about it throughout this next few days, between previous World Cups and this World Cup, yes, you might be a rookie coming into your first ever season and an E-World Cup, but you've had the last 2 years of playing everybody with no pressure. So when you come into this tournament right now, you know who you're going to be playing against, you know who you're going to be up against, and well, I think we could see a rookie lift the E-World Cup on their first ever debut time.
That would be pretty exciting. It's getting me a little bit nervous, actually, thinking about that. Mike Lavelle, right, he's gone with Haj as one to watch, just talking about from Team A. Which way are you going to go?
Well, I've definitely got one to watch, and I feel that someone like Paolo Neto from Brazil often maybe overshadows some of the other talent, and I really believe in Young. I think he's definitely on my radar. We did predictions earlier. I think that he's going to be the guy that maybe didn't get the big notice or doesn't have the big name just yet, but he's going to perform at this event.
Yeah, I mean, he's already put out on Twitter as well, guys, I want a move to Europe. So if anyone is watching, this is what Mike said earlier as well. It's a big moment for these players to kind of get their voice out there, have sponsors come for them, maybe change clubs. We've already seen Dull and Mike do that prior to coming here for the World Cup. We'll talk about him later as well. But right now, let's bring up Group B and see another 8 names that you'll be excited to see compete. And one at the top of that table there, Tex. We know how good this player is. Fnatic, of course, from the UK. He's been at a World Cup before, so yeah, obviously not a newbie this time out. And he's joined by Benny CR7 from Germany. Emre Yilmaz, one of the Hulit guys, and that's pretty exciting time for that team. They've got 3 players here this time out. Then Stefano Pinna, Pinna 97 on the list there. He's obviously been at a World Cup before as well, and he was a runner-up back in 2018 to MS Dasari. Jill from Genk, he's obviously a teammate of Pinna there, so that's pretty exciting for the 2 Belgiums. Then JRA, the Spanish player. He nearly qualified in 2018. We'll talk about that. He brings back quite a lot of emotions. He's an emotional guy, let me tell you that. Expect lots of shouting from JRA. And then you got Oberon 2002. Richard thinks he's a one to watch here. And then Klenke as well from Denmark, another local guy there. So another 8 fantastic FIFA players. We said Group C was tough. I mean, Group B, we've got people who have already been here, got the T-shirt, been at a World Cup, know what it takes to get here and play in one.
So I'm not necessarily going to give a one to watch in Group B. I'm going to mix it up a little bit.
This is what Richard will do the whole time, guys. You know Richard Buckley.
I think in Group B, you've got one player who you would no doubt expect to go through in Tex, and I think this is the only group where you can look at it and go, any of them can go through. I think we've done predictions off camera, and if they are correct, we'll let them come to air. If not, you're never going to see them. And I think that in Group B, it was hard to call because any of those 7 could go through. I'm particularly looking when it kicks off tonight at 6 o'clock in those groups, who starts well. So I think if you can get a lead in Group B and you can get maybe 6, 9, 12 points on the board in those first few games, I think you're going to have a good cushion and I think you'll go through.
I love how professional Richard Buckley looks as well, sitting here with his iPad, pretending he's taking notes.
He never looked at the iPad.
I don't know what's on there. We'll bring you up to speed on exactly what Richard Buckley is doing with that iPad a little bit later. Mike, he didn't really give me a name there, one to watch. He said anyone...
Just look at the iPad. There's nothing on the iPad.
I think it's the groups, and they're all written down here anyway. But Richard didn't really give us a one to watch there. And it was that, the names. You know, just going off the top of my head now, Pinner, runner-up. You've got Tex. You've got JRA. You've got so many great names in that one that are veterans of the games. OK, maybe they haven't been here before. JRA is one of them. But they've been around the block for a couple of years now, and there's still probably 22 guys at home.
Well, we've almost had a reset because we had the period of all the online tournaments and everything, and now we're coming back. So a lot of guys that maybe had that experience, we haven't seen them on a stage like this in multiple years. With all that being said, I think someone like Klanka can make a run, but I don't know if I'm just biased to really make a push because I've been there throughout his entirety of his career, and he struggled a lot during that online period. We kind of wrote Pena off for a little while. We didn't see him in tournaments. He wasn't qualifying. Here he is, biggest of stages. Does he still have that composure? Does he still have that ability? People have questions, and he's got the answer.
Also, I mean, if you Genk, you're probably thinking,
yeah,
32 players and we got drawn in the same group.
But they're thinking, well, I've got 2 players, so I've got a better chance than others.
Fair play.
Exactly.
Fair play.
We'll bring you up to speed on that, by the way. We haven't really discussed how this works, but at the end of the next 2 days, the groups will get halved, so only 4 will go through to the knockout stages. But we'll tell you all about that in a short while. Let's go now to Group C, which these 2 were saying the toughest to get through. But remember, that poll is running as well, so we want to know your thoughts on this. So, Peixoto from France, he's up there. Keika Rai. Umit, I'm really gutted I forgot to put Umit in my one to go through. Sorry, Umit, he's not out. Oh, he is out there. Spoiler. From Germany. He obviously was at the E-Champions League, the last 8 there, so knows how to get through these tough knockout stages. Olalito had a bit of a tough time of late. Catcher, well, he knocked out Emes Sassari. Massive story there from playoffs. Tuga, Nicholas 99 FC, and Cone 1996 FC. Are you still going with that is the toughest group of the 4, Richard Buckley there, looking at those names?
Yeah, without doubt, as the lights come down here in Copenhagen, gameplay is going to get underway for our first game. I think Group C is by far the toughest group. I don't think it's almost impossible to predict. I think it could come down to goal difference, maybe even head-to-head, to see who goes through. Catcher, he's going to be a cat amongst the pigeons. He's going to be in there, and I think maybe we'll go 4th or 3rd. Early prediction. You're getting everything. What would be live? 8 minutes? You're getting predictions on placements. Okay, this is what we get on the chat show.
I thought he was going to say catching the pigeons there. Catcher. I thought he was going to try and be funny.
Good one.
Catching the pigeons. Catcher. Where are you going?
Like you said, this is a group combination of not only some of the best players, but also some of the best players in form. Yeah. This is not guys from the past. They've been performing online, offline. They're poised to make a run. I think it's really difficult to not talk about the Nicholases or even the Umit that you somehow left off. There hasn't really been a player in better form.
You were pressurizing me.
It's fine. We put you on the clock, but you can pick a name. Any of the guys from this 8 can go through. I think maybe the hardest run is someone like Cone, who's really going under the radar because he doesn't maybe have the same accolades or achievements. However, he's almost playing with house money in this circumstance. No one expects him to necessarily push through.
Do you think if Cone's in another group, we all predict him to go through? I think he's that good, but this group is so competitive that when we've done our predictions, he's not been in there.
I think we put him in Group B.
He goes through.
He's now on a rise a little bit more.
What we did have, well, I can talk for myself here. I think you had 3 people guaranteed in each group, and then it was like the final one could have gone anyway. Was I the only one that did that, or did you guys think the same?
I had all 8. It was a lucky dip, I'll be honest. Any of them could have gone through Group
C. Well, mine was a calculated decision then, Richard Buckley. Anyway, we've picked ours. Again, it'd be great, actually, to hear from you guys at home. Pick your predictions of who's going to get out of the group stages. It's quite a fun game to play. And let us know in the Discord chat. We'll bring you up to speed on how you can do that as well in a short while. But we might as well finish off the group saying Group D, let's have a look and see the final 8 competitors trying to get their hands on the trophy after 4 days of competitive FIFA here in Copenhagen. So Didi Chris Lito, Bashore, Manny Bashore, of course, Danny Pitbull, Dami, Edson, Webb Nazari, the only player from Asia there. That's a pretty hefty kind of pressure to put on him, I'd say. Matthias Bonanno and Dolan Mike. I mean, again, this is exactly what a World Cup should be. I probably could have picked all 8 of those guys to go through. Mike, I'm going to come to you first because Richard just sits there with his iPad and don't know what he's discussing. Your thoughts on Group D, because I would actually say that's nearly as tough as Group C there, with some of the big names and what they've achieved in the past as well and what they're currently doing.
It depends who shows up, because if anything, people sometimes question if Didi can be consistent. But I'm so happy that he's back at a FIFAe World Cup. He deserves to be here. He really put on in the playoffs in order to make this run. And he's a free agent. If someone wants to make a signing, NA all day. I'm sure Didi's ready to sign some contracts. He's done a lot for his stock, as per usual. But it's going to come down to these really slim results. I'd love to see Webb Nazari make something happen, just because, again, not only the only player from Asia, but also the only player that we've really seen on these stages before from Asia. And it's nice to kind of see him get through the errors that we've had here with that online and then pushing back into the LAN events.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a massive community supporting him with Webb Nazari. Rich, he's kind of picked 2 there. Didi,
I can just keep going. Didi take 4 or 5 off the table.
I said 1, but, you know, Mike always just doesn't listen to what I say. Who are you going to go for from that one? Who's got a great chance here?
Little bit of an outside pick, but the last time he was on this stage, he went 0-7, and that's Dylan Mike. He was here in 2019. He had an awful tournament. He knows that. We know that. He's just got a recent move to Focus Clan. I think there's a bit of pressure on him to perform and to play well. I think he will get out of the groups, but just keep an eye on him, because when it goes wrong on this stage, it goes terrible. And we've seen that in the past. Tex got grouped, Dylan Mike got grouped. No one's a certainty, but if you start well, I also think because they're playing later on in the day, I think they might look at what's happened this morning's session and maybe their gameplay adapts a little bit because of what they've already seen.
Do you think that's an advantage then, Mike, to play later on this afternoon if you're B and D?
I'd rather set the tempo. I don't think I'd want to watch everyone play. You're going to see upsets. You're going to see favorites. You're going to see a mix and match of everything that's happening. I'd rather get it out the way, set the tone, and then I'm moving forward and I'm putting pressure on my oppositions.
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty hard, isn't it, to sit in the hotel or in the backstage area and just watch exactly what everyone else is doing. Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier. We have a Twitter poll running throughout the course of this morning's session, and it is, which group is the toughest to qualify from? We want to hear from you. Is it Group A, B, C or D? We've given our thoughts now on those 4 groups. We've broken down who's in each one. These are the hashtags you'll use to vote. So FIFAe, FEWC or Fame Your Game. Richard and Mike are going Group C. I'm going to sit on the fence because I'm in the middle here and I don't have to do any predictions. But they're all pretty tough. Get your votes in and we'll bring you up to speed on what everyone else thinks at home in a short while. But let's go to our brilliant studio. It's fabulous. It's massive here at the Bella Arena. And Spencer is down there somewhere in the Players' Lounge.
I am indeed. I mean, it's a players' lounge, but right now there's no players in here, so it's really just a lounge. But there's going to be players very soon, particularly those players from Group B and D you guys were just talking about. They'll be getting in here soon, just getting those practices in. They can also watch screens and see what's going on from the Group A and C games in the morning session. But I'm sitting in this booth here, and I thought I'd give you guys, as it's empty, the opportunity to see what it looks like. So you've got your PlayStation, you've got your controller, you've got a seat for you, you've got a seat for your coach as well. Each booth is designated to a player. This is a player you guys were just talking about. Bosch, Manu Bashore is one of 7 players who have qualified and have a chance to get a clean sweep over the next 3 weeks from the 3 big events. And I just want to raise one point you guys talked about there. Group C, you guys are saying was one of the hardest groups. You failed to mention Group D. I think that's the hardest. You've got 3 players in Group D, Manu Bashore being one of them, the other 2 being Matthias Bonanno and Dylan Mike, who have qualified for all 3 events. If that doesn't make it the hardest group, I don't know what does. But like I say, we'll come back here later on when this is a little bit more heaving, with more practice going on. We'll have a chat to some players, talk tactics, see what they think of the other games. It's going to get lively. Right now it's quiet, but it will get busy here in the Players' Lounge. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, that's kind of, I'm trying to give you situation here. out these massive doors to my right, and then it's basically over there. So they have a bit of a walk, the players do, to get into this arena, and they'll come through those beautiful doors, which Spencer invited them through to come onto stage and then to go up to their individual pods as well. But it's quite surprising, boys, that there's not more guys playing or practicing at the moment, especially because we've got Group B and D later on. Would you expect them to be down here?
Get you sleeping. Yeah, I mean, you're not needed
I think they're watching. I think they're watching the games right now.
Watching. I mean, I saw some of the players last night at 1 a.m.
Okay, we don't need to say they're up till 1 a.m.
We're not playing until 6 o'clock. You've got time.
I'm joking, and I know what FIFA players are like in terms of their schedules. They go to bed pretty late. Mike, we've also got a lot of gameplay over here. You guys can't see that. We can watch every single game as it happens, as can you, remember, on FIFA.gg. Mike's just gone, whoa, what's happening over here, Mike? Give us a bit of an update on something that's caught your attention.
Let me give you some of the scores. So if you see me focus this way, that is the disclaimer that we have 9 monitors set up. We have every game on display. Olito's up 1-0 versus Katia. We have Umit, who just had the opener against Tuga, which is going to be huge. Paolo Neto might be surprising for some, maybe not for others, but he's down 1-0 at halftime here to Levy. We also got a 1-0 lead for Lamps against Team Haj. And it's really important to get off to a good start here in order to put yourself in a position where you have momentum, because you don't want to have to make that come from behind storyline. You talked about it a lot with how we've seen Dolan Mike struggle or Tech struggle in previous FIFAe World Cups. And part of that is once you get down, sometimes you can't pull yourself out.
And the main difference between previous World Cups and this one is one leg. We're at half-time in a couple of these games now. You're already halfway to winning as we hear more cries coming out from behind us. One that you missed there, Stingray, 1-0 up. We're going to see this. He's serious. He's a serious player from SAF. I think he's going to do well. I really do. It's not just because he's English.
Richard thinks it's coming home. But we keep telling you a little bit about this. It's one leg. They've got to get through the groups. Shall we bring you up to speed on exactly how this tournament works and how it's worked as well all season? Because it doesn't just start today, of course. The players have been trying to qualify since October to get here to Copenhagen, and they've done it. But let's bring you up to speed on how this event really does work out.
Welcome to the FIFAe World Cup 2022, where the greatest players from all over the world compete to earn the ultimate glory, becoming the FIFAe World Cup champion. Here's what you need to know before the pinnacle event takes place in Copenhagen. The road to the FIFAe World Cup started in October 2021. Throughout the season, players from around the world have fought their way through online qualification events across 10 regions, earning global series points. These points have determined the players' overall ranking while still competing in their domestic leagues. The last step before the FIFAe World Cup was EA Sports' FIFA 22 Global Series Playoffs, which featured a total of 128 players. Half of the spots in the Global Series Playoffs consisted of players with the highest ranking from each region. The other half included top finishing competitors from domestic leagues. The 32 best players from the Global Series Playoffs will assemble in Copenhagen for the pinnacle event from July 14th to July 17th. This is the moment to show to the world their talent and skills, as only one can be crowned the FIFAe World Cup champion. The first stage of the FIFAe World Cup begins with a group stage, where players will be divided into 4 groups of 8 and face off in a round-robin format. All players will meet each other twice within their group, where each match counts for points. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. The top 4 players of each group will advance to the knockout stage. A round of last 16, the quarter-finals, the semi-finals, and the final. Matchups are played in 2 legs, where the final result is determined by the aggregate scoreline of the legs. This means that the player with the highest combined number of goals over the 2 legs will win the matchup. Only the most determined and skilled player will prevail and lift the trophy. Who will join the elite group of legends and go all the way, becoming the FIFAe World Cup champion for 2022? Follow all the action on FIFA.gg.
Yeah, well, there we go. That's exactly how it plays out then over the next 4 days. And we're having a look as well at all the matches, like Mike said previously, about what's going on. And we have an update in one of them. Richard's pick, Stingray, has just gone a goal down to Young. We'll bring you up to speed right now on that matchup. It's hotting up over there in those 2 guys' pods. It's now 2-1 to Young. And this is a little bit of an upset, Richard Buckley, here about what's going on.
It's only the first game. There's plenty of time. There's 13 games left. Yeah, I mean, look, I think we've just seen that goal go in. I'm not sure we'll be able to get the replay of it, but Young, it was 1-0 down. He's now leading 2-1. What is, like, 60 minutes gone?
65-ish, yeah.
So there's time left. Mike, I can see you pointing your finger. I can see you coming in. What do you want to say
I think
about
you know what I'm going to say. Well, not only did I take Young, remember, as my man to make a run here, but I'm just looking at this Cone result right now. He's up 2-1 against Peixoto, 55th minute. And you talked about it, how if he wasn't in that group, maybe we would have him as more of a favorite in a different group to definitely make it into that top 4. But he's definitely putting out a statement to get things started.
Yeah, well, we're still on with pictures here of Young and Stingray. And, you know, again, it doesn't really matter at this stage. They're playing 7 matches, 1 leg of FIFA, remember, at this stage in the competition. They're going to play everybody in their group once. So, okay, it's not a great starting point, is it, to go 1 down? But it's possibly, we always say this is just a warm-up game. And, you know, they have to kind of get this first game out of the way, under their belt, and progress into it. Mike's now laughing at me as I say that, but it is, Mike.
I don't know that they're going to look at this as just a warm-up game. It's the FIFAe World Cup. You've got these beautiful pods. You see the arena, the atmosphere, everything that's happening here is a little bit different. Everything's escalated. There's more pressure, more nerves, more anxiety than ever before.
I just want to let you know Stingray's in on goal, and he has not scored.
Oh!
He's not equalised.
He got cleared off the line.
FIFA.gg if you want to watch all the games. They're all live.
They're all live on there. And you can just jump in and out, FIFA.gg. You can see exactly what's happening. That's why our attention keeps getting distracted over here, because it's the first matchups of the World Cup. Mike's getting hot under the collar. Richard's loving life over there with his iPad, and I'm just not knowing where to go. But after round 1, we'll bring you up to speed on exactly what's happened where. Well, we've been talking, haven't we, about the Twitter poll and which group you think is the most tricky to get out of, A, B, C, and D. You've already been voting on Twitter, which is great to see. OK, 67% of you are agreeing with Richard and Mike. 33%, though, agreeing with Spencer. He kind of was veering towards Group D there, because he said there's a couple of players in there who have qualified for all 3 World Cup, which I think he's got a good point there, Mike.
What? I think I knocked off the microphone. I got excited over here. I was already ready to stand up or sit down, so it only feels right. But I think we made a correction here. I hope you can hear me.
I mean, Mike is now holding the mic in his hand because he does get excited. I told you that. He's a bit like a Tuga. Well, if you want to continue voting then for that poll, and use these hashtags, FIFAe, FEWC, and Fame Your Game. This, though, is exactly why we love being back at LAN events as well, boys. You can hear the screams over your shoulders. That game between Stingray and Young is still holding up 3-1 now for Young.
Add a little insult to injury.
Insult. He's literally rubbing salt in the wound.
Don't doubt a Brazilian. The South Americans come with the real deal.
Well, they're obviously the players that we've spoken about throughout the season as well, who have transferred from South America to compete over here in Europe, which is the pinnacle of where it's at, and they can compete in the E-Champions League, which is the event that they all want to qualify for as well. And do you think, you know, OK, this is really early on in the competition, Rich, but if he continues and goes well, that move is likely?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it in the past. We've seen South Americans come to Europe and dominate. I mean, arguably the best players in Europe this year were 2 South Americans, Matias Bernardo and Nicolas. So it's something that comes more, and when you speak to a lot of the South American players, Paolo Neto, PH Zin, Young, Europe is the place to be. Europe's the place to get those big sponsorship deals, to set yourself up for a long time. They're just not the opportunities in South America when it comes to the huge tournaments. Yes, we have the CONMEBOL Libertadores. Yes, we have the South American regionals, but this is where you get your name and you fame your game. Pardon the pun.
OK, he put me off there. But that's not a move, Mike, that you should take lightly. Obviously, you know, you're switching countries. They can't all speak English either, which is, you know, Nicolas now has moved to London for Guild Esports, and he now calls himself a Londoner. But it's been quite a journey. And Matias, he's now moved over to Spain and really, I guess, wanted to come here as well to help his family, didn't he?
And I was there for that interview where you had the Nicholas with Kyle saying he's an Englishman now.
Yeah.
But it's worked for him. It's worked for him. It's worked for Matthias. I mean, if you think about Champions League, not only did Nicholas win that, the only person that beat Matthias was Nicholas. He beat him and sent him to the lower bracket, if you recall. Went through that lower bracket, met him back in the final. We had a reset. One of the most epic finals we've had of all time, and it was 2 Argentinian players, and the only 2 Argentinian players that were even able to play, or any from South America able to qualify for that event. And it just shows that they have the talent and that they're trying to maximize it with their careers, moving over to Europe and taking a risk.
And we're still trying to figure out if Matthias has put 99 next to his name. It's a bit of an honour to Nicholas 99 FC. Full-time scores. Mike, we'll wait till they are all in, and then we can go through the entire list on round 1, because then we're switching straight into round 2. Matches are going to come thick and fast. FIFA.gg if you want to watch all of them, and we're going to get some little updates as well from the floor, because Spencer's roaming around for us as well throughout the course of this. So when they're all completed, we'll jump down there as well, which again is the beauty of this, because we can get a great insight, can't we, from the coaches out there, because the pods, I don't know if you can see behind us, they're filled with a couple of people from each team. Everyone's brought a coach with them, as you'd expect here, and then they've possibly got someone else from the team, or someone that may be playing the Club World Cup or the Nations as well, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with a number of the pods already. We've got content creators in there. We've got the Twitch streamers here on this row next to us as well, streaming the teams' POVs. But, I mean, if I weren't working this, I'd probably try and get in a pod, I'll be honest.
Who would you go for? Stingray, obviously, I know that.
Text probably take me an invite. I mean, Matthias Bonanno.
Is that possible? Can we get some pod talk?
Do you realise that Richard has a bit of a bromance with Matthias Bonanno? It's his favourite player. It's his favourite player existing, by the way. If you ever ask him about him, he's like, Matthias is my fave. But is it not more pressure, Mike? You know, when your pod is so full and you know there's guys kind of, maybe if there's more than one person giving you different words of advice at the same time, does it get a bit too much? Because when they're at home, grinding out the game week in, week out, they're sitting on their own.
I'm not sure. I think they might even have a negotiator in there. Like, we're getting W's right now. We need to work out this next contract. I don't think there's any more pressure you can have than being here. I mean, if this doesn't escalate the occasion for you, I don't know what will. You have the bright lights. You have everything on display. You see the players reacting. You can hear the emotion in the room. This is the biggest of stages.
If you can't get up for this,
I don't know what to tell you.
Controller down and stop.
I've got adrenaline right now.
Like, this is the stage. This is the opportunity to get yourself in the annals, get yourself in the history books, and to also walk away with $250,000.
And we even haven't talked money. These pockets are going to be full. Maybe not my pockets or your pockets or his pockets, but their pockets are going to be stuffed.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to deal with a load of situations here as well, haven't they? And obviously they want to, I guess, raise their game, fame their game at this level to win this biggest title. And the fact that we don't have the defending champion here as well, we don't have the champion from 2018 either, we kind of said really opens the door in terms of no Mo Alba, there's no MS Dasari. Guys, that's a big deal for the players behind as well.
No, it certainly is, because they all know that the opportunity's there. And I mean, some of them have, Dasari got knocked out of the tournaments. If you beat Dasari, if you lamps or if you catch you, you're thinking, I've already done it. I've already beaten him. So the opportunities are endless.
Yeah, opportunities are endless. Well, let's go straight into a game then. Ololito, we're going to see how he is getting on in this round 1 matchup against Catcher. And obviously we know what Catcher did. Knocked out MS Dasari, 2 massive players.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Obviously this is Ololito. A lot of pressure coming into it, Mike. I know you've talked to him quite a lot. You would say him friends with Ololito. You played paddle together.
We did play paddle yesterday.
How were you feeling coming into the tournament?
He said that he's feeling really good. He knows the type of group that he's got to get through, but he's confident, and he feels that he has the experience. He's going to be here for all 3 weeks. And we should really give some credit to Renzo as well. A lot of them are working with Renzo when you're looking at the Ninjas in Pajamas and Team Hold It Collective, and they have a bunch of players here. And all of those players have been performing. They've done well at playoffs prior. And I just think we should give like a little bit of some special shout out of some love to Renzo, because he's got him working for the tactics and the mental side of things.
I mean, yeah, we can talk about Team Hullet, can't we, a little bit later in depth, because they've been a force to be reckoned with this season, that's for sure. So, there we go, the end of that match then, which is pretty exciting for Ololito. 3-0 in the end, and especially after playoffs, because he did struggle a little bit there, Mike,
he got the results, but people didn't like that it took penalty kicks. People didn't always like that he had to score in the 90th minute or that he dropped the game. And it just tells you how slim the margins are, that a player of his caliber struggled to get to the FIFAe World Cup. And I mean, MS Desari's not here, and he's usually a sure thing. Grass is green, sky is blue. MS Desari on the big stage. That always happens.
Love that the grass is green and the sky is blue. I don't think the sky is currently blue outside, it's grey. Anyway, it's not grey in here. We're going to go over to Spencer, who is with Ololito after that first round matchup.
I am indeed. I'm walking on the wild side. I'm upstairs. Here we go. Into one of these player booths. I'm here with the victorious Ollie Lito, just won 3-0 alongside his coach. First of all, first reactions after the game, Ollie. How you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling good. I think we played pretty good in the first game. I mean, the first game is always like a slow started game, especially for me. So I'm feeling confident.
So I want to move now to your coach, because first question for you has got to be, what's it like to work with Ollie Lito? And we've seen him and what he's done over the last few years in the scene, but I see how closely you guys are working together in the game as well. What's it like to work with him?
Well, he's a very emotional but passionate guy, so for me it's a big pleasure to work with him. I know him very good on personal level, and you know, once
in terms of what they usually do when they're playing at home, it's not too dissimilar, is it?
No, it's certainly not. I mean, what, a FUT Champions session, you play 20 games maybe in a session. Obviously, it's a little bit more tense here.
No, I don't think so.
You're playing 7 games, but they are thick and fast. I'm just looking in front of me now, and you can check them out on FIFA.gg. We're already underway in the second round of games already. Lamps against Stingray, 12 minutes in on that particular game. We've got Damesheet against Levy de Wiedenall. Dutch affair. That game underway, 10 minutes into that one, 0-0 across the board so far. You're not missing any of the action. But if you do want to catch up with all those games, FIFA.gg, the place to see it.
Yeah, exactly. And we're obviously live with you for the next 4 days as well. We're going to be bringing you morning sessions, afternoon sessions today and tomorrow. Then we've got a long day of FIFA for you on Saturday when knockouts start before it all ends here in Copenhagen on Sunday, the final day where we'll crown our champion. Well, we've got giveaways as well, guys. We told you we want you to keep communicating with us over the course of the next 4 days, because then you get to win some prizes. And you may have seen that the guys have some headsets on, and well, you can win those headsets as well. They're on the screen there, EPOS headsets. All you have to do is watch the stream and earn yourself 1,000 channel points, and then you may be in with a chance of getting your hands on a pair of those glorious headsets in white, which is the ones we're giving away, ghost white. Terms and conditions apply, but yeah, we'd love to see if you can get your hands on them by redeeming 100 channel points. We have some more giveaways as well to bring you up to speed on across the next 4 days. But bearing in mind, we have one massive prize. Just saying, I'm not going to talk about it now. I'm just going to tease it, but I want to know how I can actually enter. I'm not allowed, obviously, but I'd love to win the prize.
He's got the iPad out. I don't trust him. I think he's entering.
Now
I understand why the iPad is out.
We are not allowed to enter competitions. Anyway, right, guys, we are underway now in the second round of matches. It's, very much kind of like going to keep them rolling as we see them at the moment, because they're kind of like 20 minutes on the clock, and that's kind of something we don't see that much of, Mike, is one leg. How will they get their head around just playing 90 minutes of in-game FIFA, no extra time, no penalties at this stage?
I kind of like the shift. I feel like every game, every minute, every moment matters a little bit more as they're accumulating. And I'll go on record. I got a prediction.
Oh, yeah?
I believe there's going to be someone who basically draws a bunch of their games and doesn't get through because they didn't win and they didn't lose. So it's going to be someone who's sitting with like 5 draws or 6 draws and didn't do enough to push forward in some of those games. And they're going to say, I played a decent tournament, but I wasn't able to get the job done.
Well, then,
what's the face you're making over there? He doesn't...
Go on, then. They need to be more creative. They need to go for it, is what you're... Well, I would say that.
No, I think we were sort of talking about it last night, me and a few of the pros, catching up with the pros, and we were talking about how many points you think it will require to go through. I think if you pick up 3 wins, 5 draws, lose the rest, I think you go through. I think 14, 15 points will be enough.
Mike, do you think then we'll see more draws today, and then tomorrow it'll get a bit more desperate for points?
It has to. It simply has to, because then people can do a mathematical equation. Who do they have left to play? How many points are actually available? And I'm sure the coaches, that's going to be their main mathematical stat crunching in the background, saying we need this result versus this person. We're going to be watching what's happening in other games because everything's happening simultaneously. And if you're back there, especially with some of these guys have teams, it's not just one coach. They got 3, 4 people in their pod. They'll know what's happening across the room.
What would be your A plan then coming into this, your A game?
Win.
Well, yeah.
Would you draw on day one? Like you would
I'm
just
not
say
purposely trying to draw, but I maybe won't push more into it, because also for the confidence, the mentality. If I get a draw and a win and maybe another draw, I'm still feeling like I'm playing good FIFA, versus if I'm getting losses or I lose a game late, that can affect me mentally going forward.
Okay.
You could lose all 7 on day 1 and still go through. You get 0 points today and win 5 tomorrow.
Well, that is the statement.
With Rich.
That is the statement.
Optimism with Richard.
I don't think anybody would be able to bounce back from that mentally, Richard Buckley, but I'll take your word
Nice
from it.
breakfast. You're in for it.
Anyway, enough from us for this moment in time. While Richard just processes what he said there. Lose all the games today and you still can go through.
Sacrifice day 1.
Spencer, I don't know if you can hear us, but do you think that's a good game plan down there on the floor?
I don't think it's the best game plan, no. But who knows? Strategies like that have worked in the past. I'm down on the floor, though, as you mentioned, Rachel, right up against these guys. Don't want to get too loud because I don't want to distract them. But we've got a game going on there. Levi De Vere 2-0 up against Dameschi. Obviously, he drew his first game, Levi, so he's looking to get his first win of the day. And we're going to just walk along here. You can see Lamps, the US player, is 1-0 up against Stingray, the UK player. All this stuff you can check out at FIFA.gg. As you know, you can watch these games live. You can see these goals as they go in. Over here, Young from Brazil, is an all-Brazil derby going on here, Paolo Neto versus Young. Young is 1-0 up, which means he could be the first person to get maximum points, 2 wins from 2, if it stays like that. This game is the reverse of what we just saw over there. Stingray 1-0 down against Lamps right now in a UK versus US matchup. Cameraman, watch your step here. Dangerous. Trophy's there. Do not forget the trophy. This is what these guys are fighting for. It's a beautiful piece of silverware. Someone's going to take that away in just a few days. Okay, we make our way down here. Let's see what's happening. There's a goal just gone in. I can confirm this. This is live. It's Cone 1996 FC's game. And we're just seeing R9 Ronaldo of that amazing haircut walk back to the centre circle. It's 1-1 now in this game, so that's drawing. As Mike was talking about, we might see a fair few draws, but that's 1-0 with Tuga. Here's Nicholas. Nicholas is 0-0 right now. He did lose his first game, though, so he'll be looking to get some points on the table as quick as possible. As we round off the reverse fixtures here, as I mentioned, Tuga currently 1-0 here against Cone 1996. And then Kei Karai is 1-0 up against Katia. But there's a goal just gone in. It's an equaliser for the... Oh, no, it's not an equaliser, sorry. It's a second for Kei Karai. So it's not... good news for Katia right now, who obviously lost 3-0 to Olilito in that first leg, and now he finds himself 2-0, and he hasn't got his headphones on, so I think he can hear me. So let's move away, because I feel bad for the lad. But he could come back. We've seen great comebacks in FIFA in the past. We could see that one there from Katia. Remember, the important thing here is we're only seeing the first legs today. These guys are going to play the reverse fixture tomorrow, and they've got a chance to plan their revenge. So nothing's going to be decided today. Losing your games today, you could still come through. It's not the best strategy, though. Guys, what are you saying?
Well, I'm agreeing with you. It's not the best strategy. Richard probably still backs his strategy over here. I do not know. Anyway, yeah, Kei Karai is doing the job at the moment. He just defeated Nicholas, and now, yeah, it's going pretty well from him on day one here. Guys, I wanted just to kind of talk about this moment as well, the fact that we haven't even touched the fact that it's not been around since 2019 when Mo Alba came out of nowhere. I think I'm okay to say that. He'd been around the scene for a while, but I don't think anyone had him as is certain to go through, and especially beat the likes of MS Sassari at the time and Tex, who were playing the best FIFA of their careers. But, you know, these guys, Mike, we've been speaking about this all season as we get screams behind us. A lot of them have come out from online as well, never experienced this, and for them to come in their first season, 24 of them making a debut at a World Cup, it's a massive deal and really shows to their friends, their families who are probably not aware of the scene, what FIFA is all about.
Well, and to give credit to a lot of those competitors, they had to play LAN events prior to getting to the FIFAe World Cup. So it's not just online guys. They were able to say, look, I can transition or transcend that online skill set and now play in person. Now it's a matter of maybe the stage being a little bit different, us talking about it and people watching everything being a little bit different. But either way, they definitely at least started to build that track record.
Yeah, and Rich, again, talking about the occasion, family and friends, you know, if they're new to the scene, might go, you play FIFA? Yes, and it's a big deal in terms of prize money, isn't it? Winning this is life-changing in terms of not only what it'll do for their career, but what it will do financially for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can call yourself the best player in the world, and nobody really can argue that because you've got the trophy to go with it. You win this tournament, not only are you the FIFAe World Cup champion, the E-World Cup #1 guy, you win $250,000. If you get to the final, it's a guaranteed 100K. That final game on Sunday is a $150,000 game. We could come down to a $150,000 penalty shootout.
Mike, how did that change? Because I want to pick on that. How did that change the guys who have won its careers prior to this?
I was just going to say, I don't want to take any of these penalty kicks.
I don't want you to
He just made me nervous. I got anxiety listening to him.
I finished some penalty kicks and went, I don't want
started sweating over here, man.
Losing all 7 on day one.
That was unnecessary. You didn't have to take it there, okay?
But in terms of what it's changed for...
It's life-changing. It's life-changing for all the competitors. If you're able to win this event, sure, you have the status, the claim, and the prestige, but having that financial impact as well, it allows you to change things in your own life. if you want to make a different investment into maybe your studio, your living circumstance, your family, just everything, all inclusive, this is going to be, your year was worth it. No matter how much time you put in, the grind, the coaching, the back and forth, the adversity, the ups, the downs, everything was worth it at the end of the day.
I remember Mo Alba getting invited to the Best Awards after he won. And I remember the likes of Jurgen Klopp knew exactly who he was. And Virgil van Dijk was like, oh, Mo Alba, yeah, we know who you are, we watched you. And I think Jurgen Klopp said his kids watched him lift that trophy in London. And for, like, the manager of Liverpool to know who you are shows exactly what kind of prestige they hold them at.
If you look at everyone who's won it in the last few years, you go from Gorilla, Dasari and Mo Alba. Those three in sort of the Global Series era, you would say. They're all on the career path, and as soon as they win the E-World Cup, it shoots in a different direction. Gorilla blows up in terms of social media following, in terms of streaming, content creation, the moves that he gets for his organisation. MS Dasari, he's out meeting royalty in Saudi Arabia. He's got his own esports team. He's winning numerous different tournaments. He goes in a different career path. Mo Alba, he's on mainstream news in Germany. He's a celebrity. Like, you win this tournament and your entire life shoots off in a completely different direction. And somebody, over the next 4 days, their life's going to change drastically.
Mike, we obviously had people trying to qualify for the World Cup last year, and a lot of the boys did who are here. And they kind of said in their interviews at the playoffs, they qualified last year, didn't get the chance to play, and they were so desperate to be here again this year. And some of them made it, some of them unfortunately did. How will that change their mentality coming here as well?
Well, naturally, you're a little bit disappointed, and now you're hungrier than ever to be able to make that moment for yourself. And it's because you put in so much time, and I talked about a lot, and Richard just brought up a really great point of how this means for the trajectory of your life in so many different ways. Even if MS Dasari signed for Rock Nation, even your representation, you're hanging out with Jay-Z, your day-to-day will never be the same. And I think at the heart of this, all of us know a bunch of our friends that say they're the best FIFA player in the world, right? They talk to them, they say, I beat everybody, I can do this, I can do that, right? I think we all know a lot of people like this. Yeah. But nobody really has that claim until you get to this stage and you're able to beat the best of the best. You're sitting there with a trophy, you've got the status, you're meeting all of your maybe inspirations on the football pitch, you're shaking hands and making moves.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be incredible for one of these guys. 32, only one can lift that trophy and win themselves $250,000. Well, Stingray is one of those guys that's hoping to do just that, and his game is very much underway at the moment. 86 minutes on the clock. One apiece there against Lamps. Let's just end this game then here, Rich, and see what's been happening.
Yeah, just joining it as Stingray gets a nice attack, actually. R9, potentially into Holly. Beautiful goal. Stingray winning the game, 5 minutes left, you would say.
That was brilliant. You saw a lot of the intricacies again, cancellations, extra passes, just some of this work inside the box. And it's another, we like to break these down and talk about these sequences, but if you are an intermediate, even an advanced player, you don't have that in your arsenal. The composure, not only to do it on the big stage, but to add all these little details and what skills and when to do them and how to be very deceptive. You've got to give a lot of credit to the ingenuity.
Yeah, I mean, Stingray as well. He's a player that, he's been around for a while. I remember him back at Chelsea Premier League, back in the day when I was hosting those events, but never quite made the big jump, has been winning any major trophies. But in fact, we're talking about him as one to watch, Rich. What do you think has been the change in his, I guess, game over the last year or so?
Well, he's always been very attacking. He's always been very offensive in his gameplay. But I think this year he's just tightened the bolts almost. He's made everything a little bit cleaner, a little bit smoother. And I do think this one-leg format does suit him as well, because he can fly at people. All of his games, I'll almost put a guarantee, I don't think there's going to be any 0-0s through his games. His first game finished 3-2. 5 goals in one leg. We saw a lot of 1-1s and a lot of 0-0s in that first round. This game, already 2-1 as they come into the last few minutes. Lamps looking to equalise.
And I just feel with Stingray in particular that he looks more confident and he looks more efficient. And when you have both of those as a collaboration, good things are going to happen.
But Lamps, like, you know the North American pretty well. What's his gameplay like compared to Stingray? I mean, you've still got 90 minutes on the clock. It looks like it's been 2-1.
In comparison, he's not nearly as offensive. He's going to have a little more structure to some of the defensive pressing. I've been so impressed. Lamps has been part of the community now for 4 or 5 years. Even though he's a teenager, we always talk about this, but he was always meant to be a pro FIFA player, and winning against Dasari in order to qualify for this event has to be just a major takeaway or something that you have on your, I guess, FIFA CV. It's very impressive to have that on the resume at such a big tournament in order to get to even a larger tournament.
And the fact that he did that as well, that was 2-1 then, that finished. Stingray taking on Lamps there. But the fact that he did that on the main stage at playoffs, we, you know, as the Champions League as well, we had like main pods, which were bigger pressure situations, and Lamps did that under pressure. But he did have a lot of people cheering from in the studio, which was probably what MS Dasari didn't have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think it helps having people there backing you, really sort of getting behind you. You saw when, I think when Chris qualified, he was sort of playing in the pit at the playoffs. It were outstanding. Like, I was watching from home and watching the scenes, and it was a crazy environment down at the playoffs. I just want to say, quickly, we talked about Young. Well, Mike LaBelle talked about Young.
Say something good.
He's winning.
Tell me more.
Against Paolo Neto.
We'll bring you up to speed on those in a moment because Spencer has a player. We don't want to hold them for too long. He's with Stingray down on the floor.
I'm down in the aquarium because we've got stingrays over here. That was bad. Let's get up here. Right, so Stingray, first of all, one of 2 UK players here. Obviously, Tex steals the headlines sometimes, but you've had a pretty good season, and you're looking to finish it on a real high here. You lost your first game, but you've bounced back with a win here. How you feeling?
I mean, it's obviously incredible being at the World Cup in the first place, let alone being one or 2 UK players. But that first game really annoyed me because, you know, there's some things I could change that I didn't, but yeah, I'm glad to bounce back and I can't wait to keep playing.
Fantastic. I mean, that's the attitude you need. You need to know that you can bounce back because it's only that first game. You've got the second game against him tomorrow. I'm sitting next to your 2 coaches, but I've got Zach next to me here who has a coaching tool in his hands, which is a lot of power to have in your hands as a coach. Talk to me about this tool, Zach. What's it allowing you to do? And it kind of allows you to give them sort of real-time feedback in games, doesn't it?
Yeah, so basically a half-time after the game, I can pretty much select goal or offensive or defensive. So say Sting makes a mistake, I can pretty much press defensive and tag it, and I can literally show him back to him half-time. Maybe you should have done this next time. Same with offensively, like if he could have done something different, I can tag and go offensive. So it's pretty much live feedback rather than, because normally when I'm as a coach online, I'm going back after the game and then showing him clips where I'm only just saying, oh, you need to do this, you can do that. You can actually show it like in person, like live, the actual clip. So it's so much easier to coach.
Yeah, 100%. It shows you how far we've come. You know, you've been in the scene a long time, Zach, yourself. Like, when we started it, if you were trying to give coaching advice mid-game, you were just sort of trying to remember moments. You know, you couldn't even necessarily replay them. Obviously, that's come into the game, and now we've got this. Have you got a particular clip you can show us just to demonstrate how it works?
Yeah, so I've pretty much selected goal when he's equalised, and I can play here. So he's pretty much switched the ball, come inside, and then Marcelo slot one in for 1-1.
That was a big goal. That was an equaliser. Great strike from Marcelo there. So, for example, if that was a goal that Stingray conceded, you'd be able to show him and say, look, this is what went wrong. So every single booth has a coaching tool like this, and there's no excuse, really, if you're a coach. You've got it all at your fingertips. You can talk them through it, and you can help make comebacks happen. That's what that was. It was a comeback from 1-0 down to 2-1. A win for Stingray. He's in business. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, that coaching tool is pretty cool, isn't it, to have? Mike, I know you've used that quite a lot in terms of when you, I don't know what it used to be called, which you used to do your analysis, but like Spen was just saying there.
Breakdown board.
Breakdown board.
I got you
Piero. There we go, that's the word I was looking for. But Spen was just saying there, the fact that, you know, they concede a goal, have a little time to replay it in that kind of break before the next match, and just break it down where they went wrong. How helpful is that? Because I'm remembering the days when Enzo used to have a notepad for text and used to write it all down, a bit like Richard Buckley's doing here. But you've got that coaching tool.
We don't know what he's doing. Don't give him that credit.
But it's taking the game up another notch again, isn't it?
And it's really important to revise your gameplay, the good, the bad, the in between. Even when a play isn't necessarily created, maybe you have a refresher or a recycle, it's sometimes good to watch that back. Could you have went forward? Could you have been more decisive? And when we're dealing with this level of competition, every small detail maybe creates a margin. And any margin, any advantage that you can receive on the competitive end, you'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, those coaching tools, they're going to be really handy, I guess, as it comes to the end of the competition, because you're going to, I don't know if they've got the ability to look back at all the matches, but how good would that be if you can sit there maybe on Saturday night if you've qualified for the final stage of the tournament and break down your other opponent?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at what your opponent's doing, the tendencies, even little things like if it goes to a penalty shootout, if they've played before, which way do they go? Do they have a pattern? Are they going left more? Are they going right more? Just little things like that, which could and probably will. We talk about small margins. Those are the small margins that, if you can get an advantage on, will help you in the long run.
Well, someone, Mike, who won't wish it goes penalties, Harj, said he'd lost 19 out of 20 penalties in his career. I mean, that's not a great stat to be saying on camera heading into a World Cup. He said that to Carl Walker, our reporter at Playoffs. And I was like, oh, my goodness, don't tell that on camera.
I would keep that one to myself. That one's going to the FIFA grave. You're not going to hear that from me. I just know internally that I'm trying to avoid penalty kicks. And in those circumstances, sometimes you just push for it when you go to extra time. If you know that you really struggle with, I call it almost a game of rock, paper, scissors. I mean, there's more to it than that, but there is a format of guessing that's involved with a lot of the penalty kicks.
Yeah, we've still got one match going at the bottom there, Cone and Tuga. It looks like 2-2 at the moment.
Just equalised, last minute.
If my eyes can see that correctly. Rich, then we'll get a little update on the scores. Can you bring us up to speed on what has been happening so far? And yeah, that Cone-Tuga one is about to be played out, 88, 89 minutes on the clock.
I certainly can, yeah. We talked about Young. He beat Paolo Neto 2-1. Paolo did get a goal back in the end, but that is a full-time result. Young, the only player in Group A to have won both matches so far. So a really strong start for the young Brazilian. Stingray did beat Lamps 2-1. I believe that is a full-time result. I'm just looking at the monitor now. It looks like no one's currently playing. Lamps is getting ready for another game in round 3. Levy de Weed 4-0 against Dameshee. A really convincing performance from Levy de Weed. A lot of pressure put on himself as well coming into this tournament to perform. He has really high expectations of himself. He's playing very well. And Team Haj beating his Danish teammate One Way Crazy 1-0. Jumping over to Group C, as it currently stands, we've got a player who is unbeaten and won both games.
Who is it?
Ekarai so far.
Whoa.
6 points out of 6. He beat Kachia 3-2. Oilito winning 3-2 against Ummet. I think that's close to a full-time result, so he will have won.
That's full-time.
Both
That's
games.
undefeated as well.
Cone equalising late against Tuga 2-2. And Nicholas and LJR Peixoto. I'm going to click into the game on FIFA.gg as you can at home. And it looks like that is full-time 0-0. So Nicholas and LJR getting a point apiece.
Okay, well, not the best start then for Nicholas as it stands, but everything can change. They've obviously played 2 of the matches out of the 7 so far today. Richard Buckley, can you just go and grab that ball for me? Because the players can win that ball that Richard Buckley is grabbing there. It's an official World Cup ball, which will be taking place, obviously, in Qatar later on this year. It looks pretty special. I'm trying to find which way it is. There it says it, the World Cup ball there. Again, guys, you need 1,000 channel points, so stick around, watch us here or watch the streams, FIFA.gg, and you can win one of these. It's pumped up nicely, Mike Bell. Catch.
Cheers, thank you. I can confirm, authentic. You can put this into motion. I'd love to have one of these. Are you sure that we can't enter? Is that confirmed?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not convinced with him.
I don't know.
You can't. He's spending a lot of time on that iPad.
Anyway, we can throw that back over there because it had a lovely spot. Rich, that's your job. Pop it over there. Guys, do not take that out later and have a kick about. And he's just ruined the set. But we've got some headphones and we've got some footballs, loads of giveaways coming your way over the next 4 days. When we get off shot, Rich, you can fix the little set there because we've got 4 days of this. There we go. He's broken it already. Day 1 and it's falling to pieces. Anyway, right, here we go. Round 3 is about to start. Peixoto, I just saw him looking very relaxed. I love being able to see inside the pods and just kind of, you really get to know the players a little bit more. Peixoto, though, guys, French player. Again, you know, we've seen him around. We've seen his brother around. He likes to have the blonde, bleached hair, whatever he's going for at the moment. His chances, Rich, we haven't really mentioned him that much.
It's a must-win. Is it a must-win game? No, but it's a big game.
It's getting close.
He's playing against Tuga. Tuga got a point last time out. You'd probably say this is a result where we need to get something. Let's get a win on the board. Like, let's just try and build some confidence because after 3 games, you're still sort of winless. I think then you start looking at yourself and it's going to be a bit of self-doubt. Do I need to change formation? Do I need to change tactics? You've played at stages like this, Mike. Where is it where
I've been
if
to
you
3
are
of
struggling,
these. Competed at 3. Just throwing that out there.
if you are struggling, when do you change? Is there a change in the tournament?
I definitely think you have to sit down with your coach at some point going forward, maybe the midway point, and saying, hey, what I'm doing right now is not working. Another game that I think's in that same sort of situation is Nicholas versus Katja. Katja obviously off to a slow start. Nicholas had an opening loss and then a draw. Something kind of needs to happen in this game. You really can't just inch your way through with another draw or even a loss. You're putting yourself in a position where you're really having to battle from behind.
Yeah, I mean, you can't count off someone like Nicholas at this moment. It's, we can't obviously see exactly how they're playing to kind of give a great analysis of what we all think should change. But we can have a look at the Group A table, because remember, guys, if you do follow the scene, obviously Nicholas is the Iceman. He's not going to kind of melt at this stage at the moment. Young, though, let's have a look. 6 points. This is someone that wants to come over to Europe to really up his game. 6 points, 2 wins. Levy, though, 4 points, as is Team Haj. Stingray on 3, got that win, didn't he? 2-1 over Lamps a moment ago. Lampson, 1 point, as is Paolo Neto. One Way Crazy and Damn Sheet there. The Brazilians, I mean, they're another level in terms of how they perform. Why are they so good? What are they doing over in Brazil that just puts them on a different trajectory and then they can come over here and dominate?
I think that's the $250,000 question. I mean, we've seen this happen really with Argentina and Brazil, where even someone who's maybe relatively unknown will come over. Young's a good example of that. He's performing amazing thus far today. There's not a lot of history there. We can go through the last couple of years in FIFA, but you're not going to find a lot. He's pretty new, but he's pretty ready, and he's performing now on the big stage. And whatever's happening in the training camp in Brazil or in Argentina, I don't know. I'm not there, but we should send somebody in for some investigation. I'd volunteer for that. If anyone wants to send me over there, I'll do it.
I think we'd all want to go there. I mean, yeah, it'd be great to go down there. But we obviously worked on the E-Libertadores as well. And SPQR, as a team, they have some great players coming through. And obviously Young was one of them. I think he actually hasn't got a team anymore. He said he's looking for one to go and move. But again, that's a great, I guess, breeding ground for these players where we really get to see what they're made of. And Matias Bonanno, he's won that before as well, which is a great springboard, isn't it, for them?
I think in South America as well, especially when you're travelling 24 hours across the world, you're not coming to lose. Yeah. You're not coming to just have a kick about and hope to do well. You're coming, and we talked about sort of winning the tournament can send your life in a different trajectory. I think having a good finish here for a number of players, finishing top 4, getting through to the final day, that changes your life as well completely. So, I mean, we talked about Young. He's winning again, by the way. Just to keep you up to date, he's 1-0 up again. He's beating Lamps currently. But also, you saw the social media post from Matias Bonanno that was going around where he was playing in 2020 sort of online tournaments to support his family. Yeah. He was sending money back. It's almost bigger than just playing FIFA for a lot of these players, and especially from South America. You're supporting livelihoods, you're supporting families. $250,000 not only changes your life, it changes family, friends, everybody.
And you could argue for Matias Bonanno in particular that he's been maybe the most successful player this year. Yep. Maybe wasn't as impressive in La Liga, but winning Team of the Season Cup, qualifying for all 3 events that are going to be happening over the next 3 weeks. It really comes into this with great form. Playoffs, he looked very dominant again. He got to the finals, of course, of Champions League. Because the question was coming into this year, could he do it in person? Remember? We had these talks off camera, on camera. It was one of the debates saying, is he only going to be someone who's online and greatness online? And that hasn't been the case at all.
Well, we haven't even seen him yet. We'll hold that until he actually arrives in the studio a little bit later, because I'm excited to see him. He's got a new swagger, let me tell you, when he walks around the studio.
Chest is out.
Just Matias Bonanno. Anyway, we'll park the bus in the Argentine until later this afternoon when we get to see him in action. But let's have a quick look at the Group C table then and what that means after 2 rounds. Ololito and Keikarai, 6 points each. I don't think I expected that from Keikarai. Just putting it out there, sorry. Ololito as well, a little bit shaky in the playoffs. Cone, 99 FC, 4 points. Umit, 3. Tuga, Nicholas, Peixoto and Katja. Sorry, Tuga, Nicholas, Peixoto, 1. Katja needs to get a move on in this competition.
And Katja just scored. He's up 2-0 against Nicholas as a live update here if you're watching the game. It's only 16 minutes in, so a lot of time left, but I'm just throwing it out there. That could be huge for him kind of revitalizing a slow start.
Nicholas is not only doing the Richard Buckley formula, but he lost his first 3 games in 2019. I don't think people remember that. We played 7 best of 2s. He lost 3 in a row and then won the next 4. Nicholas is it wouldn't be a surprise to see him get 4 points today, come tomorrow and pick up 16, 17 points.
Did you have a chat to him before this tournament and say that's the tactics?
Oh, well, you know, I'm not going to divulge tactics, but me and Nicholas, we go way back.
Looks like you're spoken to catcher. Don't win today, it's fine. You can just go tomorrow and then win them all. Well, you can see how much Nicholas is dialed in there in this matchup. And you can see his team from Guild behind. It's a big moment for that man from Argentina at the moment. Now a Londoner. I love to hear that. Well, it's time for something a bit different. We have a very special guest joining us all the way from Spain, Alfonso Ramos. He's obviously taken this title, lifted this title twice in his career, in 2008 and 2012. So we're delighted that he's joining us right now. Alfonso, hello. Thank you for joining us. We're very honoured.
Hello, Richard. Hello, Mike, of course, my friend.
Lovely to see you. Thanks for jumping on. We're all great in the studio here. Firstly, Alfonso, thanks for your time. Does this bring back a lot of memories from 2008, 2012 when you lifted this trophy?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm missing not to be there. Not gonna lie, because I like the competition, as Mike knows. But I think this year I need a rest. I need to take some vacation. But I think I'll be there next year. I hopefully be there. So yeah, it brings memories because it's like the competition of my life. When it tries, it's such an amazing thing. Like I told you before, I hope to be there next year.
Yeah, it'd be great to see you here next year for sure. We definitely miss you, and I think the Spanish guys miss you as well. But I know you'll be supporting them. Mike, over to you for a question.
Well, first off, it's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Ramos. It's always a pleasure. I think I want to ask, because you've had so much success, especially at a different time period where this was really the only event we had for many years. You always qualified and then you were able to perform. What was different for you? How were you able to achieve your best FIFA always on the biggest of stages?
I think it's my mentality. I always take the national championships to train, not to win. It's strange to hear that, but my focus was to win the World Cup, to be the best in the world. And when the time comes, it was like I was at a different level of concentration, of focus, and of gameplay, because I love to be the world champion. I did it. I think that's the point. You can be the best in the season, but here is the next level. When you are in the World Cup, you need to be the best. You need to perform at your highest level, even a little bit higher. And that's the point. You need to be focused, you need to be ready, and you need to be the best in 2-3 days.
Yeah, you definitely need to be best over 2 or 3 days. It's not just one game, of course, Alfonso. They've got 7 games today, then 7 tomorrow, and then hopefully get through to those knockout stages on Saturday, then play Sunday as well. It's definitely a grind over the course of the next 4 days. Rich is here as well, though. He's got some burning questions to ask you. I know he has.
Firstly, Alfonso, lovely to see you again. You were the last person in the FIFAe World Cup, FIFA Interactive World Cup history to have won it on penalties. What was the nerves like? And do you think there's a potential we could see a penalty shootout this time around in Copenhagen?
Yes, I think so, because during all the whole season we have seen tons of penalty shootouts. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you remember Lilian Thuram against Denmark in 1998 World Cup, he said at the end of the match that he didn't remember how he scored 2 goals, but it happened to me in the penalty shootout. I didn't remember how it ended because I was so nervous. But I think it was part of my work, because I was seeing Bruce. I was watching Bruce the matches before. I was watching how he kicked the penalties. So I was nervous, but I know where to go right or left when he shoots.
Yeah, I mean, we saw loads of penalties as well, Alfonso, at the playoffs. There was penalties left, right, centre. And if you've been watching as well today, there are a load of really tight scorelines at the moment. And we've been saying maybe that will be the sign of day 1. And then day 2, they'll need to just kind of play a bit more aggressively to get those points. But in terms of the Spanish guys here, we've got 2 this time out. Of course, JRA and Code 99 FC. What are your thoughts on those 2 players, and how do you see them going in this competition?
I have seen all the season because I was commentating in La Liga. So I think they have both different styles. JIA use more attacking skills, go more on offense, and then Kong is more like, okay, I'm going to hold back possession. I'm going to play with your mind, and then when you make some mistake, then I'm going to score you. I think they have chances. I would like to them to win the tournament, but let's see because there are so many good players here. I'm also rooting for people like Tug and Nico that they are really nice people, and I have known them for a very long time. So let's see, but I hope that Spain can win the title again.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously being a countryman there, you'd hope that Spain were going to win. He was just saying there, Mike, that Cone plays a bit of mind games. He kind of holds possession and then kind of does something a little bit crazy, but also that he's rooting for Tuga and Nico as well, good friends of his, to go a bit further in the competition.
And so far, I mean, up to this point, I don't want to put a jinx anywhere, but Cone's been very impressive. He's really set the tone to get things underway. And we talked about it again. If he wasn't in potentially the group of death, we really have him as more of a favorite.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, Alfonso, again, so you think obviously Tuga and Nico, they've been around here. They've been at World Cups before. They know what it's like. Nico, though, is struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think he'll change that? Do you think this is something to watch at the moment?
Yes, you can change that because you have the very first 2 days. It all comes down to the last games of the group stage. Everything happens in these last two games, because I'm gonna say that the death of group doesn't matter because every group is the death of group. We have seen it in all the competition, in all the FIFAe World Cups. People that doesn't count for the title then surprise eliminating the favorites. So I think Tu and Nico will go through. I think so, and I hope so because I know them, like I said before. But we will see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how far they go. Rich, I know you've got Alfonso on, and you love him. You know, big idol of yours, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who look up to yourself, Alfonso. There'll be people out there, young children, young players right now who want to be at this tournament in a few years' time, maybe 14, 15 years old. What piece of advice or information would you give to aspiring and up-and-coming FIFA pros who want to get into this position, who want to be competing at the very highest level? What would you say to them to encourage them?
I think they have to follow their dreams, to try to be a pro player, but not giving out anything. Also, they have to study, they have to work hard also in FIFA. They have to hang out with their friends. This is a thing that they have to do because everything is important. Your social life, your studies, playing FIFA, everything is important for them, and everything it's like can I say, it's a whole of things that they have to be together to reach the success.
Yeah, I think it's important, isn't it, to be a well-rounded player in terms of what you do as a career, not just here in FIFA, but anywhere as well, Mike.
No, absolutely. Especially if you want consistency. It's going to come down to not only being good defensively or in the midfield or some of the build-up, but also mentally. It's just a combination of creating the best competitive package.
Yeah, I mean, Alfonso, I want to ask as well, were you surprised that we have no Mo Alba here? No MS Dasari, when you saw them not make it through during the playoffs, was that something that surprised you? Or in terms of how this season has gone out, we haven't seen much of Mo Alba. We have seen more of MS Dasari. But, yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
It was a surprise for me more MS Dasari than Mo Alba because MS Dasari is keeping always the same level of FIFA. He's always really, really good. But the playoffs has this thing that everyone can eliminate you. For the part of Mo Alba, it's true that in 2020, 2021, he was not in the same level like in 2019. So for me, more like a surprise with MS Dasari than with Mo Alba. But they are really good players, of course. They are World Cup champions. I hope that they will be here next season.
Yeah, we'd love to see them back next season as well. It was a surprise at playoffs for Catcher and Lamps to knock out MS Sassari. Obviously, Moalba wasn't there anyway. But yeah, I think for the players as well, Rich, it was quite surprising for not just Moalba, but for MS Sassari not to be here and try and get another World Cup trophy.
Absolutely, and it just shows how quick time changes as well and how quick time flies. It was 10 years ago, Alfonso, since you lifted your last Interactive World Cup.
Yeah.
In 10 years, the esports scene has changed drastically. Where do you see us going in the next 10 years? What do you think the future could hold for FIFA esports?
It's a hard question because in the past 5 years, the scene has developed so much. We have, of course, coaches that in my era we didn't have. We have all the tools like tablets to analyze the game. So it's hard to see because right now we're in a point that you can keep improving, but I think not so much like that. But let's see, because technology and professionalism keeps evolving. So I don't know. It will be exciting to see it.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be very exciting to see how the next 10 years of FIFA progresses and evolves. But if this is anything to go by, it's just going to get bigger and better. Well, Alfonso Ramos, thank you so much for joining us here. Two-time World Cup champion yourself. It was great to have you on here representing Spain, backing them, but also Nico and Tuga as well. Well, hopefully you can come back and join us as well over the course of the next 4 days.
Hopefully.
But I know you're going on vacation, so have fun.
Thank you, but I'll be back on Monday, so for the Nations Cups and the 2v2 competition, I'll be here.
We got your number. We'll call you. Thanks so much.
Bye.
See you later.
Have fun. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to have him on, just giving a little bit of an insight into the players he wants to watch, who he thinks are going to go on. Well, the matches are still coming here thick and fast. We're on round 3. We're going to jump into Keikarai and Umit. At the moment, Keikarai is leading that one 2-1. And we can see what is happening on there as well. This is a massive matchup. Keikarai has been pretty dominant so far. 2 wins and up against Umit, who we know has been great all season, Rich.
Yeah, with only 5 minutes left to play, Keikarai leading 2-1. He's the team in obviously the black strip from right to left currently, and Umit in the press from left to right in that red and white kit. Are you surprised, Mike, that Keikarai started so well? He'll be on 9 points out of 9. He'll be absolutely flying.
I don't know if that's going to be a curse of the commentator. You see this interception.
That's a great tactical foul.
A bit of a veteran move there with the professional foul, as we say. I am surprised, especially if he's going to go with 3 victories to start off the event. But it's not as if he doesn't have that ability. We've seen Keikarai, again, kind of came through on the online era and has been able to translate it. Both these competitors know each other very well. If you're dealing with the virtual Bundesliga and just both German guys, they're going to meet and greet whether you're qualifying for any of the online, in-person, or playing domestically.
Yeah, we can just watch the end of this game as well, as it's coming to the closing stages there.
Last chance. I think that's game over.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the end of the game here. It looks like it's going to go the way of one of the Germans.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike gives me a little finger point there. Keikarai then taking another 3 points. Is that Rage? Possibly.
Give him a hand clap.
Another 3 points there. Like Rich said, 9 points now. I mean, you were saying 14 or 15 points might be enough to go through. So he's already kind of closing in on that. Could have that many points after day 1.
Yeah, well, he's doing the reverse, Richard Buckley. He's winning all 7 today.
He wants to sit back and have a nice time tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, though. Well, we were commentating the FIFA Nations play-ins and the playoffs there. England won, I think, like 5 out of 6 of their first games, and then on the second day, did struggle a little bit, but they'd already accumulated enough points to go through. You'd much rather be in that position and going into day 2 thinking, yeah, I just need to pick up a few wins here and there, a few draws here and there, and I'm guaranteed to go through, rather than thinking, we need to win today. We must pick up points. But Keikarai doing the business early on. I'll be honest, I didn't have him down as one to go through Group C.
He wasn't.
He wasn't.
Oh, I didn't have
this battle's back as
I can't remember if he was on mine either, but he is in that Group C, the toughest that we've all been saying throughout the morning of the groups in the World Cup. Mike again is doing this, which means
I got updates. So Nicholas was down 2-0 to Katja. It was early though. He did in Nicholas fashion, as created the comeback or formulated it. It's now the 86th minute, or 84th minute, excuse me, and it's 2-2. So he's got the equalizer. Still some time left. We got Cone and Olito, 85th minute as well. Ooh! On cue. You said he was cool, calm, collected.
You know, just his beautiful demeanor. I told you he's got a lot of energy there as Paolito has pushed forward. 85th minute to go 3-2 up. And then Peixoto is currently leading in the 90th minute here, one clearance away from beating Tuga 1-0.
Paolito, cool, calm, collected, emotional as well as it's...
You led with that. I said, hey, I've seen some of the best pop-offs in the community this year come from Paolito and his camp.
I love that. He's great. Anyway, someone who's been doing great over the last 3 games is Keikarai, and Spencer is down there with him.
I'm not down there, I'm up here, and I'm up with the man who's sitting on the top of the table right now, Keikarai, who has got 3 wins from 3. I think the only person that's got 3 wins from 3 right now, so your maximum points. How are you feeling?
It's feeling amazing. I have the maximum, so I'm more than happy, and hopefully I can just go this way.
What were you hoping for coming into this tournament? Like, what were your hopes and expectations? And are you doing better than you thought you would, or are you doing how you thought it would go?
When I came here, I just tried to enjoy the moment, and I didn't feel any pressure. I just said to me, like, I just play, we'll see what happened. And obviously, it cannot go on better.
I definitely agree with that. Obviously, we're only 3 games in. You've got plenty more games to go. But now you have won all 3 games. Are you changing your expectations, or are you going to have the same approach?
I'm going to have the same approach. Like, when it's going like this, I expect to go it this way also the next games. So I just try to win my other games too.
There you go. Stay on top of the table, yes indeed. Well, he's right there at the moment. He's the man to beat. Keikarai, 3 wins from 3. Can he keep that run going? He's going to have a target on his back if he keeps doing it, but he is on top of the pops. Back to you guys.
Yeah, he's looking pretty confident at the moment. And obviously one of 4 Germans who are here making up our final 32, which is a pretty good showing from them, Rich, as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, but it's what we've come to expect with German FIFA pros within the FIFA scene. Usually a quarter of the tournament would be German, 8 to 12 players. I think 4, it's the maximum number that we've got from one nation, but alongside the Netherlands. But I mean, it's a good selection of German pros. You would expect players like Megabit and Mo Alba, and you look through sort of the FIFA annals, there's been so many Germans. Only 4, a little bit surprising.
Yeah, Mike, we've obviously got Benny CR7, Keikarai there, Umit and Dylan Mike are our 4 German players there. Again, big names, but Rich, as mentioned, Dylan Mike gets a little bit nervy at this competition. Umit, we've seen him at E-Champions League. Benny CR7, he was coaching E-Champions League Cosmin there. And then Keikarai, we haven't seen him at the biggest debut tournament, the playoffs obviously go through. Mike's giving me the face, which means he's going to complain.
I don't know if it's fair to say that Dolan Mike gets nervous in these occasions because he had one bad tournament. I mean, he was the youngest.
He had a bad tournament at the World Cup.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's played in a bunch of events. This is not a guy without a bunch of FIFA history. He's the youngest FUT Champions Cup winner. You didn't say that he got nervous in that tournament. I'm just saying, he had one previous event, and that's what you're taking, everything from. I think it's, a one-sided argument a little bit. We'll see how he does.
Well, I think he probably didn't get nervous at the first time in FUT Champions Cup. He didn't know what to expect there. The youngest ever winner. He came out.
We saw him in playoffs. We saw him in the Team of Season Cup.
He had his mum there, which he loves to have support from his family. He loves that. I'm just saying, World Cup is the biggest stage. If you can't perform here, when can you? Is the narrative I was bringing.
If you're listening, Rachel's not a fan.
I'm
not a fan. Clearly not a fan.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of his cat as well. He's got a pet cat. Isn't it called Mike?
That's why it's called Dylan Mike.
Anyway, let's have a look at the tables, shall we, after 3 rounds. Okay, Group A then. Levy, 7 points. Not all the results are in at the moment, so let's just see as it stands what's going on. Young has been demoted to 6 points, but I can't remember how. I think he won, so he should be up to 9 there. Paolo Neto, Stingray, 1. We'll bring you up to speed when these have all been updated, so we know exactly what we're working with going into round 4.
And outside of Young, I would say there's not too much surprise there. If you're talking to a lot of the competitors, I'd say people took the likes of Stingray or Paolo Neto to perform and to do well, and they're in a position that they've put themselves into a role where they at least should be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, they should be feeling pretty confident after 3 rounds as well. I guess there's things to analyse, things to work on already, Rich.
No, absolutely. But also, there's so many rounds of fixtures. You can, I know I made a bit of a joke about it, but this first sort of 3-4 games, if it does take you a little bit of time to get acclimatised to the surroundings, and then you go on a little bit of a run in the last few games, pick up a few results, get a bit of momentum, you then find yourself third, fourth going into day 2 in quite a nice position. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again, I'd rather have the points and sort of be looking at the other opponents, because then you can play for draws. You can going into day 2, knowing that, yeah, I only pick up 4 points from my potential games.
Well, should we look at the points from Group C? They are updated now after those 3 rounds, so their scores are all in. Ololito and Keiko Ryan, both with 9 points. That's awesome at this stage in the competition. They should be so confident now as they approach the latter end of day 1 here. Cone, 4 points, as is Peixoto, the French player. Umit on 3, Nicholas on 2, and Tuga and Katja both on 1 point each. Mike, surprised by a couple of those points next to the names?
It's still early, but the big takeaway is going to be more towards the bottom of this table. I don't think anyone would have expected the likes of Tuga and Nicholas to be sitting next to each other in the bottom half of Group C. But again, credit to Group C kind of being the group that you don't want to be involved in. There's still going to be a lot of interchanging of results. There's going to be key draws. There's going to be upsets. And something that I was thinking when Rich was speaking about the draws and how they can come into this equation, I wonder how many competitors have second or even third formations that are specifically designed to maybe be a little more defensive or to see out games when they already have an advantage, or vice versa, when you need to go a lot more offensive, knowing that you need those points.
Well, go on, I think they will.
Yeah, I think they will as well. We're talking about Group C being sort of the group of death, their toughest group. In rounds 2 and round 3, every single game was only separated by 1 goal. Nobody won by more than 1 goal, 1-1s or 3-2s across the board. Everything else was either a draw or won by 1 goal. That shows how competitive, when you talk about top to bottom, that could be flipped by the end of today. Tuga, Nicholas, LJR, sort of in the lower regions of that division, they could find themselves top of the pile after 7 games.
Yeah, I think obviously as we approach kind of game 5 or 6, we'll see things really starting to take shape. But after 3 games, it's pretty difficult, isn't it, to talk about who's going through at this stage, especially when they've got to do it all again tomorrow. 14 games before we decide who is going through to those knockouts. But Mike, a thing that we saw quite a lot on playoffs as well was set pieces being defining moments of the games. From what you've seen today, has that been the same narrative?
It hasn't gotten started quite as much. Maybe that's because of the coaching tool, and they're able to review kind of on the fly and really discuss it. But from corner kicks, which you're going to see in frequent corners, there's basically 3 different ways to score them. But you see a lot of knockdown approaches where you're using the player lock, and it's a way to take advantage of something that's been introduced in FIFA, and the pros do it in an amazing way. But I also feel like we're seeing a lot more counteracting defensive approaches to those same set pieces. But in playoffs in particular, the amount of games that were decided via these set pieces or overlapping runs in key moments, it was dramatic, and it played a big factor for a lot of the players that are here.
Well, yeah, the reason I said that, Rich, was because there's only been about 10 days between playoffs and now. Not probably enough time for them to find something else which particularly works, because usually there's a big gap between playoffs and then World Cup where the players completely change their games and just go into a different form than we saw at playoffs. But here, like we said, we're expecting the same kind of vein of form to be running through these players.
Yeah, you would imagine so. And also, I mean, the players, it sounds crazy, but might not have played that much in that gap period, because you don't want to overplay. You don't want to start overcomplicating things. You've just qualified for the World Cup. You get a couple of days to practice, then you can go into it and feel really good. Not only do I have all the information on the iPad, I've also got some special shout-outs for people watching in the Twitch chat. Dassen, age 22 from Malaysia, is rooting for Tex. And Avishai Cassell, age 13 from Australia, late night, is rooting for Lamps from NA. An Australian rooting for Lamps. I mean, maybe Club World Cup we'll see a little bit of Direwolves.
Only up 1-0.
Well, there's no Australians in it.
No, well, Direwolves next week.
No, I mean, there's obviously no Australians in this, so they've got to root for somebody, so they're going with North America. Well, we are starting, obviously, round 4, of the first round, and we're just before the halfway point in these, but something we kind of touched on, and we haven't really discussed it, is the might of Team Hullet, guys. We mentioned it a little bit in the opener, and I'm saying that because in Group A we have Levy in there. one of the 3 guys from Team Hullet. I'm going to say there's 4 because I'm going to say Ololito.
He's
technically
kind of an honorary member there.
Ninjas in Pajamas / Team Hullet. We never know which way he goes. And the fact that when they had this boot camp before playoffs, Ololito was part of that. And Paolo Neto, I believe, as well. I think he was a part of that little team setup they had there. I'm going to put it out there. Why are they so good? Mike, you can start it off.
Again, I'm giving a lot of credit to Renzo, the coach. Whatever he's spitting is working because you're looking at Yilmaz, Bachor, of course, Alito, and Levy all being part of this foursome that's working. From a tactical side, from a mental side, they're prepared, and they're looking good to start off the event here as well. So I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. I did try to get the insider scoop, also invited him to paddle to see if I could, rework something and do what I could do, but he was not giving away any secrets going into the weekend.
Well, Ololito did just say, he kind of said that the fact that they can all work together and bounce off each other, and it's a great environment, really helps. And I think you kind of see that. And we heard a couple of coaches saying if their personal relationships are good, what Ololito's coach says, then they know how to work together really well. And Rich, we've seen that before, haven't we? These teams kind of put on these boot camps coming into these major tournaments, and they find another level, and it's even harder. In playoffs, remember, Emre Yilmaz went up against Manu Bachor in penalties. Emre Yilmaz dropped down. They had to go for another penalty shootout and came back. They must have been practicing penalties at boot camp.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think this Team Hullet roster, it's not an overnight success. The reason probably Ololito is with them and boot camp, he used to play for Team Hullet. He was a member of that organisation. When you look at their history of wins as well, you talk about the Eredivisie, obviously Manu and Levy partnering up with Team Vitesse, winning the Eredivisie this season. They have got that taste of success and that taste for winning and championships. And once you have that, and then you start to mix in one of the best coaches in the game, the facilities that they're putting down, the boot camps, the sort of operational behind the scenes, it is going to continue to be successful.
And Rich, at this point, is there a better coach? I instead of saying one of the best, who's better? I don't know if there's a more influential.
Is
of course, just going to say
well, he just wanted to get another shout out from Matthias in here.
But I think Renzo's right up there. I think Edu is.
But you also got to think Zizinho was at Team Hullet as well. Zizinho, extreme success story coming from Brazil, and being able to do this internationally, and of course moving over to Mexico to compete this year.
It's a team that you want to be on, Team Hullet.
What is Renzo doing then that's working so well?
He's paying for their dinners. I went for dinner. He paid for it. Maybe that plays a big factor. I don't know.
That does not determine success on the virtual pitch, Mike LaBelle.
You can't be hangry and play good FIFA, I promise.
He's got an exceptional mind of FIFA. He used to play himself. He still plays to a very high level. Also, I get a little bit where Mike's coming from because you want to be friends with the players. I think when you talk to a lot of pro players, they don't like being told. You're never going to tell a pro player how to play FIFA because they know how to play FIFA. But it's the little details of maybe a little bit tactical, that second pair of eyes to say, oh, this is what you're doing, this is how we can improve. And when you talk especially about Levy Douid, you would say he's the star of that Team Hullet roster. He's the captain, El Capitano. He's the player that everyone looks up to. And if he's doing it right, you're just copying his footsteps. It almost seems... It sounds easier than what it is.
There's group accountability.
Success breeds success, right?
It does, yeah.
I love that. Put that on a shirt.
Rising tide raises all boats.
We've got them all coming now. Anyway, that rising tide and raising those boats, well, we're going to go over to Umit Nicholas and see if success is breeding success over there, because we hear that's a cracking matchup. Oh, well, let's give you an update on it. It's 0-0 at the moment, so it is an epic matchup because no one can get anything over the other player there. Oh, here we go, we can see it now. 0-0 there at the moment. Only 19 minutes, can't quite see it, I need my glasses on, played. 19 minutes played, 0-0, great matchup. This is where we're going to start seeing these players and what they're made of this tournament.
Yeah, we will. I mean, we've got the opportunity to watch a lot of these players, and we were saying earlier, Mike, we're in round 4 now. When you look at Nicholas and Umit, they're not having the best of tournaments so far. Must-win games, all of a sudden.
It's got to be said for at least today's action. This is into the nitty-gritty. This is going to decide if you're going to have a good day or at least on par with maybe your own personal expectation and goals, or if it's going to be one of those situations where you have to sit down with your coach, go back to the drawing board and say, what are we going to do tomorrow?
Yeah, well, that's what they'll be doing over dinner. If they're the best coach, they'll be having dinner with their players and
I need to get on these dinners.
telling them what's going to be happening there. But yeah, these two great players, of course, going toe-to-toe on this pitch.
Oh, that was really nice from Nicholas.
Obviously, again, do you think you can talk about the pressure on Umit that, I don't know, he's trying to defend the title for Germany as well with Mo Alba? Do they kind of chat as a German nation? Obviously, he plays for Red Bull Leipzig, but I guess, you know, they'll say, well, it'd be great to keep it in their own country.
There's also pressure, I would say, playing for Red Bull Leipzig. They've got a lot of players, both from Germany and outside of Germany, that have had certain successes and certain expectation. And in my opinion, at least, I would say Umit comes in with the largest expectation from a consumer standpoint of saying, this is the guy that we expect to do the best. This is the guy that we expect to do well. Kind of similar to what you were saying with Levy being the leader of the Team Holit collective. They need a name. They need a name to go under the Team Holit grouping. But I feel the same with Umit.
Yeah, I mean, Red Bull Leipzig have a great roster as well, haven't they? Obviously not all represented here, but in terms of, I guess, the depth of people they have over there in their team. They have Lena, of course, they have Anders as well. They've got some great talent coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, arguably you've got the biggest potential star in FIFA esports in Anders Vergang, who we are going to see in a couple of weeks' time for Denmark. We get to see him on the sticks at a big FIFA major, which I'm super excited to do. But I also think there's a little bit of pressure on Umit from the fact that when other pro players start talking about you as one of the favourites or a player who is one to watch, you don't want to play him, he's one that is sort of a dangerous competitor, there is pressure in that as well. When your peers are saying, yeah, I don't want to play him, you've got to live up to that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive pressure. And let's have a little look then around the studio and see what other games we can jump into, because Paolo Neto, remember Spencer spoke to him at the top of the show. He has also been working with Team Hullet. He's the EMLS champion. He's taking on Team Haj right now. And we can see what the scores are, 1 apiece here as we approach the 80-minute mark on the clock. This is a great matchup, guys.
Should have scored, Mike.
Should have, could have, would have.
Should have scored.
There was maybe a little bit of that discount double check, and you see a lot of the goalkeeper movement, and you're trying to play that game of being able to almost bait the goalkeeper to moving a little bit early and then adjusting. That's something you only see really at the highest level of competition, where once you get into the box, the job's not done yet. You still often need an extra pass, and then, of course, taking a quick glance and being able to adjust or pivot on the fly in order to beat the goalkeeper, or just to increase your opportunities or increase your ability to be more clinical.
He's had an interesting day so far, Paolo Neto, as well. 4 points out of 9 so far in this group. When you look at Team Haj, he struggled to get going. 2 points out of 9, 2 draws, picking up a loss. But, I mean, if you look at his goals for and against, he scored 3, conceded 4. He finds himself on 2 points. He'll feel a little bit hard done by in the early stages. Could be a chance here for Paolo Neto. Good opportunity saved again.
And just to touch on some of the other games going on at the same time, remember FIFA.gg if you want to watch all the matches. All of them are available to you. We've got Katja, who is now, I feel like, building on confidence after maybe the draw against Nicholas. He's up 3-0 against Peixoto. Stingray's down a couple goals to Levy, but no one's really been able to touch Levy thus far.
Young's winning again.
And Young is, of course, up again 3-2, 71st minute. We got Lamps in a 1-1, almost the 80th minute against One Way Crazy. And I will say this about Lamps thus far today. He's had a lot of games. I think actually every game up to this point he's had the lead.
Yep.
And he hasn't been able to keep that lead. Whether it turned into a draw or it turned into a loss, it's just kind of been an Achilles heel thus far.
We talked about Kona as well. You see him on the screen there, leading 1-0 against Keikarai, so the streak could come to an end. Currently half-time in that game, so there's still 45 minutes left to play, but you saw the coach getting in there, having a little chat to him. Nicholas in the booth to the right. He's currently still tied 0-0 against Umut in a very, very tight game, 6th and 7th in the table, both Umut and Nicholas respectively. So there's big implications on that game. Katja, you mentioned him, 3-0 up.
Feeling a little more revamp.
Against El Peixoto, bottom of the table coming into that game. So I hate to say I'm talking facts, but these games, you're getting mixed up. The table's getting mixed up.
Yeah, it's great. And Young obviously has been dominant so far, which has been great to see for the Brazilian as well. And we can keep jumping into these games as and when they come. We'll bring you as many as we can. So Dame Shi, again, interesting character. I remember from playoffs, he said that was his first season as a pro. Playoffs was his first LAN event, I think, which is exceptional. And he said he loves playing under pressure. He's looking for his first win here. So the pressure situation is not working for him at the moment, but maybe this is now, pressure is heating up and he's got to get a result.
He needs a pinnacle moment. Thus far in this tournament, he hasn't looked himself, hasn't been nearly as expressive. I would say not as confident or decisive. I use these words a lot because they're so important with competitive FIFA and just esports in general. But that can all shift with one game, one comeback, one equalizer, the 90th minute, maybe a key penalty kick. We've seen that happen time and time again.
Well, he's just not been scoring. He lost 3-0 and 4-0.
3 here, though.
Yeah, like he needs a comeback. He needs a rebuild, and I mean, potentially you might see something coming down the line.
Do you think he's changed his formation then here, the fact that he's now scoring 3 goals?
I mean, there's a definite change. You don't lose 3-0, 4-0, and then win by, like, either he's unbelievable mental and he's managed to rebuild and come back, or there has been a change of tactics and formation. If you want to see all these games in full and see the formational changes, FIFA.gg, the place to be. But a good rebuild for him, definitely.
But in terms of what I mentioned, the fact that it was his first LAN event at playoffs, first season as a pro, to get to a World Cup and the first season as a pro, you've got to salute that, Mike Labelle.
I don't want to write him off so early. I'm not ready to just give the solution or the head nod. I still think there's plenty of time left for him to kind of rebuttal and get himself back into the competition fully. And this could be that shift for him. And it looked a little nervous, like Rich was saying in the first couple games, and that's not really a shocker. You don't have the experience. It's a little bit of a different environment here.
He's still got 30 points to play for after this game. Still 10 rounds of fixtures left. Like, there's an insane amount of points available that you can pick up. If we're talking like 16, 17 points is enough, big chance.
Wow.
You can definitely pick that up or throughout the rest of the day and then going into day 2. Tomorrow's going to be decisive.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, well, we can just see this game play out then. 90 minutes on the clock.
Last attack.
Got to go forward.
Well, this is the last attack. Can Damsheet make anything happen here, boys? No is the answer to that. So they share those points, a point each, 3 goals all then between Damsheet and Young. So that means they just take 1 point home.
That's a good result for Damsheet.
Good result.
Bottom of the table coming into that game, playing against Young, who's flying so far. You take a point, you get you're scoring, which is a big thing as well. You're getting your eyeing on the goals, 3-3. Maybe that could be the catalyst for his tournament to turn.
Maybe. Well, let's jump down to that pod then. And Spencer is down there with an update for us.
Indeed. I mean, the top left, you could call it the top bins of the stage here. And I've got 2 players to talk to. Starting off with Levi David here, who you began today with a draw, but you followed that up with a win, and another win. 10 points from 4 games. You've got to be pretty happy.
Yeah, of course. If I would have 10 points after 4 games, I said today maybe 10 points is going to be enough, and tomorrow 10 points. But now we have 3 games left today, so if I win all 3, I think I'm almost secured about the knockouts.
So do you have a new target for today? If 10 points was your target from 7 games, 3 games left, what are you hoping for, 19?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, of course. I hope 7 points. I think that will be good.
Do you think drawing that first game had any effects on you? Because obviously you followed it up with very consistent performances.
Paolo Neto is a crazy player, so a draw against him is not a big thing. And after that, I just got into the flow, I think, and scored some good goals.
Okay, well, look, he's got a big smile on his face. Levi David's doing very well. We'll see if that smile's there later today. But 10 points for him. Join me over here. We are with the Brazilian Young, who's got 8 points from 4 games. 2 wins, 2 draws. So this area, undefeated. Neither of them have lost a game. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty confident. The first 2 games that I won, I was a little bit nervous. And after this, I think both games I didn't have enough lucky. In my opinion, probably if I have lucky, 4 wins, but right now it's just straight and trying to do like more 6 points. In my opinion, it would be good.
6 more points is what you want, so it'd be 14 points from 7 games. So he needs 2 wins from his remaining 3 to get that. Talk to me about your country, Brazil. Obviously, we've got a few Brazilian players here, but not just representing yourself. You know, it is the FIFAe World Cup. You're representing your country as well. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Like, I never played from Brazil like a nation, so this is like for a nation for me. I played for Brazil, and also a lot of Brazilians like we had in playoffs, but not only 3 get here, so it's so difficult. But I like the support that I had in me, like in WhatsApp. They also, all of them supporting me all the games. So my country, my family, for me is all, and I'm playing for them.
That's great stuff. And how have you felt coming into this tournament? You know, what were your expectations? Our first time speaking to you, you know, do you see yourself as a favourite, or do you prefer to be off the radar a little bit?
Yes, my name team lineup is underdog, so for the others I can be the underdog, but in my mental I want to be the champion, so that's it. I'm here to be the champion. Never play a tournament to not be the champion, so I'm here to be the champion.
I like that a lot. He's not going to be an underdog for much longer if he keeps avoiding defeat. That's Young from Brazil, doing very well. Back to you guys.
Yeah, so he thinks, what did I say, he needed 6 more points there to go through. 2 more wins, then he'll be kind of happy after seven games today, which is quite a statement. He's only got 3 games left to play, 2 wins out of that. He's a confident chap, Mike.
I mean, if he gets 3 wins out of that, he might have wrapped up the qualification. Maybe I'm just being ambitious. I don't know. But he's been on fire today, and the reality is FIFA can be cruel. You can come in and have an amazing first day and an awful second day, or you can take the Richard approach and go 0 for 7 and then 7-0.
Yeah, well, that'd be 14 points, like you mentioned there, after day 1. And you said you thought that might be enough to go through. 30 points left. If he gets 14, he's almost got half the points available.
Yeah, I think 14, if you're looking at 14, I think 14 to 18 will be enough to go through, because I'm accounting a lot of draws tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to see a lot more draws. I think we're going to see quite a stalemate approach from a number of the games. He's playing One Way Crazy next in his matchup. One Way Crazy currently 4th in the table. Levidouis top 10 points. He's absolutely flying at the moment. Young 2nd on 8 points. So I think everyone's looking at each other and thinking, I can take points off you. But we have got a couple of people starting to pull away from the pack. If you can do that, if you get in today 6-7 points clear of that 4th cut-off zone, sort of the relegation zone, I'm going to call it, you'll be very, very happy.
And Mike, how great is it that the Brazilians who didn't make it here from playoffs are messaging him in the WhatsApp group and really kind of hoping that he does the job for not only himself but Brazil?
I think it means a lot to their community, and also it plays a factor, or at least from me, from a logical or practical thinker. The better that your nation does, or the better that your region does, the more spots you would think would be available in future events. Because when you get there, you're performing. So you realize, maybe even if you're not the biggest fan of Young, but you're in Brazil or you're in South America, you might say he could help us get some more opportunities there. I can qualify and kind of follow in those footsteps.
Yeah, exactly. They obviously want to follow in these footsteps. They're inspiration, aren't they, these guys, for many players. Rich, he was also saying that he feels, we all think he's a bit of an underdog, but not in his head. He's here
Mike
to
doesn't.
win.
What's
Mike
up?
doesn't. Well, go and
I'm the only one on the list. I got the prediction list.
Did I not put him
Nobody
in?
else put him in.
Ooh, that was bad on my form. But again, he's confident in himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to be confident in yourself. You have to have self-belief. You have to think that you can go all the way and lift the World Cup trophy. So I'm very hopeful for him. I think he's had a great start. He's out of the blocks early, but how we continue, and you can't win the World Cup in the groups, but you can lose it. You can go out, you can be eliminated, and at the minute he's having a really good tournament. I do want to just quickly catch up with that Nicholas game, because we were watching it. It's just wrapped up now. It's just gone full time. Umut won 1-0 against Nicholas. So I think with that result, Nicholas will find himself with Katia beating Peixoto currently bottom of the table on 2 points.
Yeah, exactly. That's a pretty good result. And I think Spencer Owen is about to come in and join us as well. He's been jumping around everywhere for us.
These seats are nice.
No, we now have the full house here.
Yeah, it's doing all sorts.
Spen, come on, give us a lowdown. How is it out there? Genuinely speaking, because
Tell you what.
we just get your little bits here and there.
It's kicking off down there, guys. You've got no idea. It's literally right behind us where I've been. It's great. I mean, I'm loving it, to be honest. I think there's been a few surprise packages. You guys have been talking about it already. But we're still so early on in the process, aren't we? And we've still got 3 more games after this little break the guys are having. And then you're halfway through the group stage. And then how many times have we seen people turn up day number 2, just a different beast completely. So there's a couple guys I feel like there's just no way they're not going through. And I know you've been talking about it a bit on here, but we've obviously done our predictions. And I need to have a little compare and contrast, remind myself who I had to go through.
I'm shaky.
A few of them might be off already, to be honest, but no, it's going great.
Yeah, and in terms of those pods as well, they look pretty cool. Some of them have got more people in there than others. What have they got in there? Coaches, sponsors? Who's kind of mingling around?
They've got, one thing they've got that I haven't actually shown anyone yet is they've got fridges. They've got their own fridges down the back, so there's no excuse really. You can have everything you need. But yeah, I mean, the coaching tool's huge. I think that's a really big step up to give the coaches that power in their fingertips. Because it could be that tiny thing, but it just goes, look, this is why you conceded this goal. You've done it twice, 3 times, 4 times in that half. Do not do it again, and that could be the difference. And I think more than ever now, we see these guys really trust their coaches. I'm not saying they didn't before, but I think previously there'd be players that really relied on a coach, and there'd be some that they were often just there for appearances, they weren't really doing much. But now I'm seeing these guys really ask for information, and I think that the tools we're giving them are helping them do that.
Obviously, you've been interviewing a couple of the guys as well. Is anyone are you sensing when you go and speak to them that some players are a little bit more nervy, more cagey about even actually speaking to you?
I think that everyone's pretty media trained these days, but I tell you, Oli Lito's looking confident, I have to say. We gave him a bit of confidence yesterday and we let him beat us at paddle, and I think that's what's done it, so I'm going to take credit for that. Me being really bad at paddle has helped Oli Lito, so there you go.
Well, Mike said he wanted to bring a couple of more guys out there just to draw some insight for them, but they said no. But yeah, it's obviously great to kind of have the studio back after the online events as well, which we haven't seen. And you mentioned it in the beginning, 24 guys making their debut as well, which is great to see the new generation of FIFA players coming through. We spoke to Alfonso Ramos, and he was here back in 2008 and 2012, and this is the new wave of players. And are you expecting one of those guys take the trophy, or the guys that have been here, done it before, are going to take the top honours?
I mean, the odds are in their favour. If there's 24 and there's 2/3 of the 3/4 of the competition. Sorry, no, I don't know. What is that? 2/3? No, it's 3/4.
He's doing the maths.
3/3.
3/4.
Yeah. None of us are good at maths.
4/7.
I've got an exclusive for you. I nicked that stat off Buckley. Buckley told me that stat in the green room earlier.
You can't trust it. We still don't know what's on the iPad.
And when I said it, I looked up to Buckley. I thought, I've nicked that one off you, haven't I?
It's funny you say that though. Not that my stats are incorrect, but the players that have been here before, you would say if you looked and you said who do you think's going to win, a lot of people would say Nicholas, Tex, people who's been here, done it before. 5 players, when Mo Abel won the trophy, were there in 2019 who are here today. See if I can remember. Chris, Dylan Mike, Tex, Nicholas, Tuga. That's it. 5.
Yeah.
From the last
It's
time
a long
we had
time though, isn't it? That's what? That's 3 years, yeah, of none of these events. First of all, I mean, obviously we all know why we didn't have them, but such a shame because there's some guys that had amazing years those last 2 years that could have gone and won it, and we've got a great sort of bit of scenery over there that's got all the names of the past winners, and we know there's a couple of names missing because there would have been potentially some repeat winners or new winners. And I think for people, that stat of 5 people from 2019, it's actually pretty impressive because that's quite a few versions of the game that have come out since then, and there's no guarantee you'd be good 1 year to the next.
One of those guys, obviously, is this man here. He hasn't won this trophy. He's won, obviously, Club World Cup as well with Tex back, I think that was 2019 there. Yeah. Obviously, E-Champions League this year. He's, one of the best in the game, and we're kind of saying, can he be the GOAT? You love kicking off this conversation, Spen, in terms of who is the GOAT. But the fact that he is here, Tex is here, and the third party is Emissary, who's not here.
I mean, Dasari's up there, Tex is up there. I think because Dasari's not here, if Tex or Nicholas go and win this event, they can make a very strong case. A very strong case. Gorilla's obviously won one himself previously. What do you want to say?
He's going to say Matthias. He's going to say Matthias. You saw the smile come in.
Obviously. I think it's case closed. I think Nicholas is. I don't think...
Already?
If he wins.
Yeah.
If he wins
the FIFAe World Cup. I thought he was going to go Matthias.
Since 2017, he's not missed a World Cup. He's won...
Yeah, it's consistent.
Nearly every major there is to win. The E-Champions League is here. He's won playoffs twice, back to back. And in 2 weeks' time, he's got a chance to win the E-Nations Cup with Matthias Bernardo.
And he won the E-Club.
E-Club. He'll won the potential.
He would have won everything.
I'm just going to throw one thing out there, though. Often in traditional football, we do the debates about players, Messi versus Ronaldo, whomever. And I don't like it when we say stuff like, but he's won a World Cup and he hasn't, because it's a team sport. And so the fact that Messi hasn't won a World Cup with Argentina, even though he came so close, shouldn't necessarily be a reflection on his ability, because it's about who else in the team. But I'm going to turn that on his head. In FIFA, at least in this version of the FEWC, it isn't a team sport. So for me, if you want to be the GOAT, you have to win the World Cup. So yes, I'm with you on the Nicholas one. You could definitely convince me, but he has to win this week.
Yes, agreed.
But from what we've seen from him so far this tournament,
he's bottom of the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you
scratch that? Scratch it all.
What do you think from wandering around, Sven? What's not working for him? Does he not seem like the Nicholas of old, the Iceman? Or is it, in terms of who he's been playing and the new guys on the block? Obviously, he's going up against Cone 99 FC next, the Spanish guy. Obviously, one of two Spaniards out here playing. But yeah, what do you think from what you've been seeing?
Well, he's got a couple draws, right? And let's remember, we're talking about single legs at the moment. And we can have a lot of draws. We've maybe had less draws than we thought we were going to have, actually. So there's no reason why that should be looked at as a bad result. If he goes and wins the reverse of that tomorrow, it's actually 4 points from possible 6 in those fixtures. So I'd say let's not panic on Nicholas until we've seen the 7 games. If we see these next 3 and he maybe doesn't get any wins in there, OK, maybe there's some cause for concern. But I'm going to tip him to get a couple.
OK, well, we've got 3 more rounds still to come on this morning's session. Well, it's actually afternoon now. Here we go. We're at 1 o'clock. Right, so look at the standings then after 4 rounds of FIFA. All bar a couple. I think we're still waiting for a few to be updated. Group A and C, who are playing now. B and D come a little bit later. Yeah, Levy and Ololito, though, 10 points apiece, guys. As we kind of would expect, they're both in the same team as such. Ninjas in pyjamas and Team Hullet. Dominant. Can they continue? Mike, Sven, Rich, thoughts?
I think Team Hullet will continue to be dominant. I think my final point on Nicholas, I don't think one leg suits him at all. Yeah. I think over 2 legs, typically he edges out. He takes the data, and usually in that second leg where he turns the game around, I think you can see here that there's players that one leg suits them better. Keikarai, Ololito, I think in one leg they can blitz players. I think the full time, we're just waiting. Cone did beat Keikarai 1-0. So that is a result. He will go to 7 points, and Keikarai still sits second in Group C on 9. But we've got so many games left to play.
Yeah, let's have a quick look down Group A then. So Young, 8, having a great day. Ben spoke to him a little bit later. Wants 2 more wins out of the next 3 games, which is pretty punchy in terms of his confidence. Then he'll be sitting on 14 points there. Paolo Neto. We know what he's done this season. Let's say he's a part of the Team Hullet lot. He's been on the boot camp with them, which is obviously working. Stingray, Rich's pick, currently on 4 points. Got a bit of work to be done there. One Way Crazy. He was the final guy, remember, to qualify at the playoffs. He was the last man standing. There was 31 people who booked their spot, and everybody was surrounding the pit where One Way Crazy was at extra time just trying to get his spot over here at the World Cup, which was a pressure cooker. We said the pit was popping and it was a pressure cooker. I don't know all the alliteration there. But yeah, we had a look at Group A and C. There is a couple of people we'd expect to go a bit further, but they've still got 10 games to play. So it really is just touching the surface on what we've seen so far on day 1 here. Mike, let's get your thoughts on how the FIFA, in terms of what we've seen on the virtual pitch, has been evolving on this first day and what we've really been seeing which has been working.
The guys that have been struggling, it's not necessarily been, for the most part, at least if we're generalizing, a defensive issue, but some of the offensive creation, those moments around the edge of the box in the final third is missing. We talk about Nicholas a lot, but we should bring it up. He's never been necessarily a maestro, so to speak. He's someone that does everything else incredible, and his defense has been on point, but he hasn't been able to find that final pass or that moment of brilliance that we keep bringing up. And I do want to say, for the guys at the top of the table, very top, they started to position themselves a little bit. When you're looking at Young or Levy or Ololito, there is a little bit of a separation, but if you went down that chart, when you're dealing with someone on 3 points and somebody on 4 points, it really means nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
Whether it's today or even going into tomorrow, if it's that close, it's just not going to be a big indicator of what could, what will, or what would happen.
I would say the big indicator right now is goal difference. There's only a couple guys that can get excited, and there's only a couple guys, or maybe even one person, that should be panicking in terms of goal difference. Because even Nicholas sitting at the bottom of that group is only on -2 goal difference. That's easy. It's one game, you turn that around, bang. But I think we've got Dame Sheet on -7, I believe. So he's got a bit of work to do, but still time. He got a really good draw against Young in this last game. So there's no reason why he can't use that and build on that, because Young's sitting second in the group right now. I think it's Levy David looks like the one who's scoring goals for fun.
Scored 10, conceded 2.
Yeah.
+8 so far. And he's also, I think, not necessarily you're looking at 1 and 2, but you're looking at like 1 and 4. So what's the difference between 4 and 5? Because as long as you go through, I don't think you really care who you play.
Yeah.
You just have to get through these groups. It's a war of attrition, really. He's 6 points clear. He's 2 wins clear, Levy, of 5th place. So I think that's where young Levy will start to look and think, we're pulling away here.
And you're starting to count points as well. We talked about this at the beginning of the show, saying 14, 15 points might be enough. So if you're sitting in a position like Levy or Olito, you're saying 2 more wins, I might be able to wrap this up today.
Yeah.
We can see Keikurai then on the screen here. He looked really cool, pretty confident when you spoke to him earlier, Sven.
Yeah, impressed, very impressed by him, actually. I think he's doing a great job, and I think he's one of the people that should be targeting a kind of out of the groups by the end of the day today. You know, mathematically, maybe not, but feeling that super confidence going into tomorrow, it does massively take the weight off the shoulders. And you still want to bring the same game tomorrow, but if you're not looking over your shoulder, counting numbers, thinking, oh, okay, I should be okay, then you can play a bit more and expressively. I think what you're talking about, Mike, about players missing that little bit of je ne sais quoi on the edge of the box, I think that is, a lot of that is a reaction to players not wanting to lose these games, and they're just sitting in and they're playing that a bit more defensive, aren't they? So there isn't that room to go. I think tomorrow, when points are a must, when someone goes into the game and they go, I've got to win this or else I'm gone, we're going to see that expansion.
We'll just see players just going for it as well. Yeah. We'll see people starting press after possession loss, offensive formations, fullbacks bombing on, and I think someone like you see on the screen there, Eljar Peixoto, 4 points. He was in all our picks, I think, on the pre.
I don't think I went for him.
I didn't go for him either.
Well, I went for him. And,
he was in your picks.
he was one of my players to go through, and he's struggled so far, but he's the type of player that can just turn the switch, go for it, and start to blitz players. He's playing Olito next, which will be a really tough game.
Yeah, we've seen as well, obviously, a couple of players now walking in the back of the shot. I'm not sure how much of the studio you can see there, but some of the players who are playing tonight are now starting to get ready and have a little bit of feel for the studio, which I feel is quite important as well, to come in here, get a sense of the vibe here. We've got Group B and Group D later. We've mentioned a couple of Germans. 2 more Germans out of the 4 we've seen are going up a bit later, 1 in Group B and 1 in Group D. Let's have a look at Group B then. This is stacked. We've got Tex, the Englishman. Benny CR7 is one of those German players that I mentioned there. We said he was coaching at the E-Champions League, which I think is probably an advantageous situation there because you can look at it from 2 sides. Emre Yilmaz, I mean, Rich will talk the hind legs of a donkey off about him probably in terms of Team Hullet. Pina, been a runner-up here at the World Cup before. Gil, JRA, a Spanish player. Oberon 2002, and then Plenke. Mike, thoughts on a couple of those names?
Well, we keep dating back to these predictions, or referencing them at least. This is the group that will kind of decide who's going to have separation there as well. I think we all have differentiating opinions when it comes to Group B and who's going to make a run. I'm not going to disclose what happened, but I know that this is kind of the group with the most debate of who's...
They're locked in.
Yeah, all right.
We locked them in, Mike.
And
who has the paperwork? I think you have the paperwork.
There's paperwork somewhere, but I took pictures actually.
2 Belgians.
Of course you did.
2 Belgians. It's always a Belgian. It's always a Belgian.
Both from the same team, both from Genk.
You know it's always a Belgian.
Yeah, both from Genk. Pinner back in as well, and Gilles there. In terms of who else we've got, Falcons. I know you're a big fan of Falcons over there, Spen. JRA Lion.
JRA
couldn't make it in 2008.
He's a great player. You know, he's someone that he credits his brief but important time at #United as a huge turning point in his life.
3 months?
Less than that, maybe.
3 weeks.
Turning point.
About months. It's about the impression we leave on someone's soul.
About months, it's about weeks.
It was months. And no, but so obviously the link there is Cesar Azpilicueta. So Falcons is his team in Spain there, and that's who he's got JRA playing for. And I just saw him earlier actually chatting to him. He's just so happy to be here. You know, you follow him on Instagram and you read his captions when he qualified in the playoffs, like how much it means to him. And that's what you love to see. You know, these guys that have been grinding for years and years and they get their chance to come and really show what they can do. And I'm backing him. I think I might be the only one that had him to come out of the groups. Maybe a bit of favouritism for me there, but I feel like he's going to do it. I think he's got the mental strength to match his physical strength, which I also taught him that as well in the gym.
Well, you back JRA, we all back Tex. I think if he doesn't start well, do you think maybe there's flashbacks to 2019 where he went out in the groups, or has he evolved too much? Because he is the favourite in that group to go through. He's probably the favourite to win it, you would think. A lot of people online, a lot of people talking about him, saying that this is his tournament, he's been playing so well. The rumour around and the sort of movement within Fnatic is he's playing the best he's played all year long. So if he doesn't start well in the groups and doesn't start picking up points, like we've seen Levi Daweed and like we've seen sort of Olilito, other favourites you would say in that category, is there a bit more pressure on Tex, do you think?
I mean, we spoke to Diogo, who's coaching him and who will see him play with the Club World Cup. And he said at playoffs, he was playing like 50% and still gets through. He said Tex's 50% is some other players' 100%. He said now he's playing much better than he did at playoffs. So we're expecting a great Tex to come out. And remember what his PlayStation ID is this year. It's Tex's back. So he's been backing himself, hasn't he, all season. He hasn't quite lived up to the levels that he sets himself. You know, he really wanted to win the E-Premier League. Didn't quite go the way there. E-Champions League, the same. He's a player that wants to win these things, and rightly so, because of all his accolades going forward. So I think if he doesn't come 1 or 2, he will be disappointed himself.
And this might sound as an unusual counter opinion, but I actually feel that he's more relieved coming into this event than in 2019. If you want to backtrack a little bit, he won everything, event after event after event. I don't think there's ever been a time, and that was kind of his breakthrough, where we had a larger expectation, and the same for the fans. He had all these new people following him. He had a lot of pressure on social media, and he wasn't necessarily used to that. That all came out of nowhere, and it happened very quickly. And I feel that when as you hear the eruption, when the event didn't go well for him at the FIFAe World Cup, the biggest of the events, the pinnacle event, I think he felt it more, and he wasn't able to maybe bounce back the same way, but I think he'll definitely be ready this time around, and he's in a different place a couple years later.
I don't think one leg suits him. I think one leg, you see the margins come a little bit slimmer.
Yeah, you often see him come back in the second leg, don't you?
I think he might struggle in one leg, so he has to start quick, because he's a bit of a slow starter. So if there is ever an opportunity for him not to play well, it's going to be probably this afternoon, this evening session, in those first few games. And when he needs to turn it on, when he needs to think, I've got to start quick, so probably tomorrow, I think you'll see him pick up more points.
I always think with Tex, it just depends what Tex turns up. If he turns up and he's firing, it's his tournament. And I believe that he has the ability to win any tournament he enters if he hits that form. Listen, maybe a few other guys you could say that about as well. But we haven't always seen that, and sometimes the ones you really expect Tex to win are the ones that he doesn't quite deliver on. You know, he's won so many, there's no way you could say he's anything but a sensation. But yeah, we built him up in those previous years, like you talked to. He wins everything coming into it, and something didn't click for him. But I think it would be, anything could happen, but it would be crazy for him to be grouped twice at 2 World Cups. I just can't see it.
Yeah, it was a great moment for him at the playoffs as well. His mum, who you guys would have seen on shots so many times, was there crying. This means a lot for both of them as well, to get through. And I think we saw a lot of emotions as well in London just 10 days ago, what it means to be here, the biggest stage of FIFA on the planet. We've mentioned Group B. Let's have a quick look then as well at Group D. They're coming later as well. They'll be playing at the same time as Group B. Diddy, Chris, I mean, Mike has to speak about this man a bit more in a short while. Manny Bashaw, another member of Team Hullet. Danny Pitbull then as well. Dammy, remember, he was the E-Premier League champion. That was way back in March. It was 2v2. A little bit different in terms of gameplay there, but still, you know, when you get an accolade and you kind of get a bit of confidence for the season. Polish player, of course. Edson, Web Nazar, you've mentioned him already, the only player representing Asia, representing that continent, which is pretty exciting moment for him. Like we heard from the Brazilians and Young, he has the community with him. I'm sure Web Nazari will. Matthias Banana, I'm going to quickly go over him because someone will get a bit excited otherwise. And then finally, Dolan Mike, another one of the Germans, making up the 4 Germans who are playing these World Cup finals. You get a great group there. You've got 4 or 5 players straight away that we would talk about in loads of depth, what they've done before and what they've been even doing this season. I think, Mike, I've got to come to you first with the man sitting at the top of the pile as it stands without any games being played, Didi Chris Lito. I mean, all we have to do is go back to 2019, go back to Madrid, first ever E-Champions League, and he goes on to win it.
And it's a group with a lot of variety as well, if you look through this, in terms of players that have a lot of history, and then guys that have been in form or a little bit newer that we still have an expectation for. But with Diddy in particular, I don't think there's ever been a chance for him to increase his stock. As a free agent, missed out on EMLS this season, he's really battling for a contract, and just getting to this event alone has probably put him into that discussion for a lot of different organizations and teams. Yet alone, if he were to go on a run, and maybe I have a little bit of that North American bias, we're both New Yorkers, I'd love to see him mix it up a little bit, shake things around and go on another one of those potential E-Champions League type of runs where you can see him really put on for the culture.
Well, we know he can do it. It was a special moment back in Madrid before the Champions League finals then. But another player who's had a special, I guess, season this year is Dami, and he's around and about at the moment. There he is. He's in the players' lounge there, the guy we were just talking about from Poland. And Rich, we were at the Premier League finals in London back earlier this year, and he was the player that changed formations, started a new formation, which worked perfectly for him, didn't it?
Yeah, he brought the 3-5-2 into the equation and really has never looked back. I spoke to Dami at the Swiss stages at the playoffs before I had to leave, and I remember chatting to him and he was just saying, if people aren't prepared tactically, formation-wise, I will beat them. There's no debate. I will beat them. He's super confident in himself. He relishes playing on LAN. I don't think he's ever been grouped or Swissed at a LAN event. That fact could be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure it's right.
I'm co-signing that.
Yeah,
that's
there we
correct.
go.
He's a terrifying player to go up against in a LAN environment.
Is he still using the same formation coming in here?
Yeah.
But surely players have adapted now and they also know how he plays.
But he's the master of it. You can imitate
Didn't he get it from someone else?
He got it from Painter, but that's it.
That's not what we're talking about right now. Don't do that, Rachel.
So he's not the master, he's the master's apprentice.
He mastered it.
Okay.
He mastered it. He mastered the formation.
The irony in that is we also have Dolan Mike in the same group, who also brought the 5 at the back, if you're going to date back a couple seasons, into the equation as well, and shifted the complete meta for what we've seen with competitive esports, at least for that season. The same with the 3-5-2. Now you can't go online. You can't play a weekend league and not see half the competitors or half the players using a 3-5-2.
But he hasn't got a title or a trophy without being 2v2. That play into it?
Who, Dami? No, I don't think so.
Okay, that took a while. I love that. I actually had you thinking there.
A lot of self-reflection there.
I was thinking about his history, a couple of G20 Elite Series.
Hey, no, that doesn't
And then you
count.
go back, sort of, this E-Prem.
2v2.
It was 1v1. They played one leg each. I think he feels really confident. You can see text there on your screen. I'm not going to talk about Matías Bonanno because we'll talk about him later today.
We have plenty of time.
I'm going to go into the toilet break and you can just spiel Matías Bonanno.
There you go.
I'll leave too. We'll just do a double break. It'll just be you and
Just get me on the
Matías.
single. I'll talk about Matías.
So this man then, we have to talk about this man. We've mentioned him already. Tex is back, apparently. That's what his PSN ID is. He backs himself. Diogo, his coach, is backing him. Fnatic obviously rate him highly. The community rates him highly. The question is he rating himself highly at this moment in time?
If you're asking me, I think the answer is yes. I would be flabbergasted to see Tex not go through. I just think he's one of those players, even if you don't get the best Tex, and Spencer kind of brought this up briefly, typically he still is going to be good enough. And in this case, where you're going to see the group, half of it goes through and then half is eliminated, I just don't think he'll be in the bottom half.
You know, obviously, he's one of the players that is playing all three. Does that take the pressure off one of them in terms of World Cup now?
This is, I think, the E-World Cup, even still, the Club World Cup, fantastic tournament, the E-Nations, fantastic tournament. This is the one you want to win. This is the one.
Because it's individual.
It's individual, it's 1v1. You go down in the history books, you sort of silence a lot of the... See, has got a lot of haters still, Tex. People who say, like, when Tex loses a game, you see it on social media. People saying he's washed, he's a pasty, all these sort of things. You can silence everybody. You almost put the debate to rest if he goes on Twitter. Similar to Nicholas in that conversation where you've got that tournament to go to your name and it sort of stamps it and says, this is it. I am the #1 player. I am the guy. And then also, Fnatic become a very, very dangerous team to play in the Club World Cup because you've got Tex who's just come off the back of the biggest win of his career. Diogo behind him in the booth, and hopefully England, that continues and we see an England win at the Nations.
He thinks Stingray's bringing it home. He thinks England are bringing it home. I mean, Fnatic bringing it home. Here we go. We've got Pinner. Yeah, Stefano Pinner then on the right-hand side. They're on his phone. Well, they're all on, two of them on their phone with the hood up. There we go. He's playing Tex a little bit later. He's in that group. The Belgian player from Genk with his teammate as well, Gilles from Genk. So there's two of the guys from the same club, the same nation in Group B. Now that's going to get a little bit confusing. They'll have to go head-to-head at one point there. But Pinner, back in form. Mike, we're kind of saying he's back to the better years of his FIFA career now.
I think it's difficult as much of a fan of Pina that I am, I don't know if we can say that he's revisiting those previous times yet. Because he kind of took off during the online portion. It wasn't that he didn't compete, but he struggled. Dammy's a good example as well. Really did not take part well in some of the online, I guess, adjustments or pivots or going against some of the new competitors. A lot of people struggle with that motivation. There's something different about playing next to your opponent or across from them. There's an adrenaline, there's bright lights, there's exposure. We're talking about you, getting the interviews. You got Spencer, you can start to wiggle the room a little bit, work the room, shall we say. And I just think some guys really show up for that, and others struggled throughout that online process.
And look, I might get told off for this online. Someone might say, Richard, don't say that. But online, people aren't going to remember. If Pina wins this, no one's going to remember that he didn't play really in FIFA 20 or FIFA 21.
Really?
Everyone will remember that he won the 2022 World Cup and won $250,000 and has been a grand finalist and won it. That puts him in a very, very historic sort of annal of FIFA players with Desari, Bruce Granek, Alfonso Ramos, players that have dominated this tournament. If you're making a grand final and winning, you are dominating it in my book.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how Pinner gets on. He's playing a little bit later on this afternoon. When we come back, we have a break, then we come back. And someone else who's playing a little bit later on, we've been teeing him up already. We've just seen him. We've been talking him up. Who is it? Oh, it's Tex, and we've got his coach, Diogo, with Spencer.
Yes, indeed. Tex is deep in practice right now. He's playing against Dami, a former Fnatic player. Obviously, Tex, a current Fnatic player. Another Fnatic player is Diogo right here, which is he's playing the role of Tex's coach this week. What does that entail for you, Diogo? What sort of prep have you gone into to help Tex get through this and get the win that we know he can do?
Yeah, I don't know. Not much prep. I think I'm just here to make sure he keeps doing that, which is scoring goals. Yeah, I think we all know what he can do. So as long as he goes out there, plays his game, he'll be fine.
What do you think is the secret to unlocking the full potential of Tex? I'm talking about him. He's here. I'll ask him in a second as well. But yeah, how do you, like, if it wasn't working, for example, what would you say to him to try and get him going to his best?
I'm not sure. It depends, like, what's going wrong. I don't know. Maybe watch a few of his old games back. I know we've done that in the past, personally, for 2v2. So maybe that'd work for 1v1 as well. But I don't know. As long as he's like calm and he's like playing his game, I think he'll be fine. So I think he's going to do really well.
So I'd obviously never do this normally in a serious game, but I think Tex is the kind of lad that can handle it. I'm going to try and get him to talk while he's practicing. Tex, how you feeling?
Decent, okay. I went to Burger King earlier, tried to eat, and I couldn't eat. I was a bit nervous, so I spat my Burger King back out.
Okay. Other food is available, of course, guys. Tex, you're 1-0 up right now against Dami. How important is a good practice session before the real games begin?
You know, for me, a lot of players say it don't matter, but for me it does. If I play well in warm-ups, it makes me confident for my games. If I don't do very well, then my games don't usually go too well. Spencer, please stop talking to me. I almost conceded.
He almost conceded, but he didn't. All right, last question for you while you get this corner out of the way. I always like to do a little litmus test to see how confident Tex is. It changes from tournament to tournament, but is this the tournament we're going to see you lift the World Cup?
Next question.
Okay, but right now he's at about 2 out of 10 for confidence, but that may change if he gets some wins in the second half. He might even score now. Oh, he's gone wide. See, he doesn't like it. I'm going to leave him to it. That's Tex. That's Diogo, his coach as well. But you're going to watch these guys this afternoon, and trust me, Tex is one you do not want to miss. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Spen. And who'd have thought this? Richard hosting at the FIFAe World Cup. Mike, Rachel's gone for a little break. You talked about Tex there. Spen got an interview with him. He looked very cool. He looked calm. How important is preparation? Because he feels like Tex is one of the players who doesn't really prepare too much. Like he sort of just plays, turns up and plays.
Well, we've had this debate. I've talked to a lot of competitors. I've been in that position. You don't want to overdo it, but there is a format where you could underdo it as well, and you just decide I'm not going to play. I'm just going to show up, and that doesn't work either. So it's finding this proper balance, and it's different person to person. It's kind of subjective, but it's always trying to find whatever gets you to the point that you're ready, you're confident, but you're also refreshed. If you kill it and you overdo it the day before, that doesn't work either.
Yeah, and I think if Diogo is behind him, if you're playing, you're sat, Mike LaBelle, 2022, you made a World Cup, are you getting a coach or are you getting a pro player behind you?
I would rather have a coach. I would rather have a coach or maybe even a teammate that I've been practicing with all year versus this guy's amazing at FIFA. Let me just put two amazing FIFA players together and see how that plays out or how that works. Because there's a trust position here or a portion to when you're listening to somebody blindly. Let's say that I'm not playing well and I'm in this circumstance, and maybe I'm rushing my gameplay a little bit, and you're telling me that I'm rushing. I got to believe in you completely to make that change on the fly. Or I need to move to a different formation. I have to believe in you completely because maybe it's working good enough for me in that formation. I don't want to make that shift, but I got to say, okay, he's seeing the game a little differently. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think it's the big one, really, in that first game for Tex, that he starts well, because I do feel as though he's the type of player that derails. I think it can all fall apart very quickly for him, and we saw that in 2019. He was struggling at the tournament. He was playing, and when you get into that sort of latter stages where he needs to win, have we seen him? I don't want to say fade, but E-Champions League were a perfect example where he lost that game and then lost the next game very quickly. He lost 6-0 against Matias Benano.
I think that's out of character, though, with Tex. Typically speaking, he would be known as the second leg phenomenon. He'll play a completely different second leg than the first leg. I don't know why, which could work actually as a disadvantage here because these are singular matches, and then you have a day break and you come back and then play singles again. But I wouldn't say that he's necessarily someone that derails. I don't know if I'd go that far. Or even fades. The E-Champions League was maybe something that's been unusual for his career, where once he did take a loss, he didn't look like the same player. But I guess we're going to find out today with Tex. I know we keep building it. We want to see the narrative. When I look at his group, just off his ability, his skill set, his notoriety, and what he's already accomplished, I just can't see him not getting through.
He's also the man that everyone wants to watch. He is the Lionel Messi, the Cristiano Ronaldo that people will tune in to this to watch his games. Well, he's going to be taking place later on in Group B. We've had 4 rounds of action in Group A, and we can see what is happening after 4 rounds of fixtures. It's Levi top of the pile on 10 points, currently undefeated alongside Young, the Brazilian. I want to have a look at the bottom half of the table because this is where it's getting a little bit spicy for me after 4 games. Lamps, 3 points. Damesheet, 2 points. Do you think things have gone wrong, or do you think it's as simple as it's one leg, small margins, and things will just go against you?
And we talked about this earlier. It's almost relatively straightforward. When you look at some of the goal difference, tells you what's happening, or the larger story here. Levy has put on a full offensive clinic. He's been brilliant. Damesheet has unfortunately had a couple of results that have definitely been underwhelming. And it's put him in a position where not only is he at the bottom, but you're looking at a -7 goal difference. Just says that you aren't playing with consistency, where from 2nd to 7th, the most goal spread you got is 2, and the worst case is actually a -3 from Stingray just because he goes forward so prominently, he leaves himself open for some of those counters.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a few more Stingray's games throughout the next couple of days in those group stages, and if he does make it into the last 16. When you look at Team Hatch, in particular, we built him up as one of the fan favourites coming into it. 3 draws so far, not picked up a win. How important is it just to get 1 win on the board? Not even for the points necessarily, just because it's that weight off your shoulders. If you're going into day 2 without winning a game, then you start to, I don't want to say capitulate, but things might start going wrong a lot quicker.
You start second guessing, even when you're leading, am I going to throw this away? And we've seen that happen already with Lamps now. On 3 separate occasions today, he's been leading, and he didn't get a win in those results. They always end up being a draw, or even to the point where he conceded and lost the game. One of them being against Stingray, where you saw that late but great finish.
Yep.
With some of
the Rukovic goal,
yeah. The La Croquetas inside the box, the extra pass, and being able to kind of steal that win, which is great for Stingray and your confidence. But at the same time, Lamps, you can be second guessing. And the same can happen for Haj. You're second guessing, or you're having those moments where you're maybe slightly perplexed. Am I going to throw this away? As opposed to thinking with that optimism, saying, all right, let me see this out.
Yeah, and looking at round 5 in particular, I've got a couple of sort of the games as they were standing at the moment. Paolo Neto was leading 2-0 against Stingray, so he had quite a prominent lead there. Levi winning again, 1-0 against the Lamps. Damshi and Team Hadj drawing 1 apiece. You'd probably, looking at the table, think that's a relative result. I think even though we're so young into the tournament, pardon the pun, we're starting to see the players at the top, the results are going their way as well. Levi winning again. Young winning again against One Way Crazy, 2-0. These games are going the way of the players at the top. And I don't think that's really any coincidence that confidence is key at the World Cup. It really is.
Well, especially with slim margins, which I keep talking
One
about,
leg.
but
Yeah.
it's so important where if you're feeling that you have the momentum or that you're vibing, or that your game plays a little more fluid, that's where you can have those advantages within those slim margins. And that's what you're seeing with the guys that are having a successful story on day one.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do think that when you look at Young, if he gets through the groups, anything's possible. He could
He's
go
not far off getting through the groups right now.
Yeah, which is crazy after 4 games. I'm just looking to my left here, a number of the monitors, players back in the booths and getting ready to get action back underway. Paolo Neto against Stingray, Damsheet against Team Haj, all Group A fixtures right there. Looking at Group C very quickly, Mike, before we get back underway with the games. In round 5, LJR Pashotto against Oilito, 0-0 currently. Umut winning against Kachia, Tuga and Kekere 0-0, and Nicholas against Cone 1996 FC not underway as of yet. So plenty of games going to be coming up in the next few games. And look, Cone against Nicholas, 2 points separate them, 4 positions in the table separate them. Shows how tight it is in Group C.
And this could be a massive shift for both of those players. Nicholas not having a win, which we're surprised maybe to be saying that, but there's still a lot of games to be played. But if Nicholas is able to get that win, maybe close out the day with a little bit more of that momentum and kind of carry that into day number 2, that's huge for him, huge for the Iceman with the cold hands. And the same for Cone's kind of been a surprise this far with some of his results. And if he's able to push forward, he can really disrupt that group.
Well, I see gameplay is back underway. Stingray against Paolo Neto back kicked off. Levidoid winning 1-0 currently. Just looking off to my left-hand side, I think it was a short break in action, but we are getting the athletes into the booths, coaches in there as well, and games back underway. Really looking forward to seeing how this round 5 of fixtures will start to take shape. Mike, do you think if Paolo Neto was to see that game out, Stingray probably drops to, you would think, 6th, maybe 7th, if results go against him? I mean, if all the results go against him, he might find himself bottom of the table. For these rookies, we mentioned 24 players with their debut tournament. When does the mindset start to waver?
And you might have given just another one of those curses to the commentators. You
Has
see
he gone 3-0
hands
down?
and face, 3-0 down, outside of the box, finesse shot from Paolo Neto. Remember, if you're watching or you want to watch all the action, FIFA.gg, you can pick any of these fixtures. But it's got to be said, you can have people that have a strong first start to the day and then maybe a weak closeout or vice versa. And that, of course, plays a major factor as to even how you're feeling going into day number 2.
Well, I've jumped back in as well with Rich and Mike here. Yeah, it's great to have these wide shots, just getting a bit of a context of how great this studio is in terms of scale. We're just, still waiting for these matches to start again, round 5 out of 7. So we'll just see when we can what happens here. But it's quite a nice
Beautiful
chance maybe for them
arena as well, right there in the Copenhagen Stadium. Bella Arena, live in Copenhagen, and games back underway, which we love to see. 3-0, Paolo Neto leading against Stingray. Mike, did I curse him?
Yeah, you might have. I don't know if you want Richard rooting for you or not when he's up here. Also, we have the Kacha matchup against Umut. Umut currently leading 1-0 in that matchup, of course. Nicholas and Cone just getting underway. Pashotto and Aulito, huge game here as well, because if Pashotto's able to get some points out of this, I definitely think it allows him to rebuild a little bit on the day, especially considering that Aulito's been in such fantastic form. On the vice versa argument, Aulito, if he gets a victory here, I'm telling you, you're not far off saying one more result, and he's going to be guaranteeing a position regardless of what happens in day number 2. And then Tuga and Kekere into the 25th minute, still 0-0. I'm sure that'll be a game that includes a certain amount of grind. Anytime you go up against Tuga, he's so good with a lot of the possession play and game management that it really comes down to maximizing the chances that you create.
Well, if you look at Tuga's results as well, interesting you mentioned him. 1-1 draw against Oilito, 1-0 lost against LJR Pashotto in the round 3 of fixtures. In round 2, 2-2 draw in round one, 2-1 loss. He's not losing games by many, but he's not been able to get over the line really in any of the matches. 2 draws so far in his opening 4 matches. In round 5, Oilito is his opponent, and that game is back underway. Not too long gone on that particular matchup. 30 minutes, a third gone so far between Peixoto and Tuga. Umit leading 1-0. The game that we're going to join, Paolo Neto against Stingray. Paolo Neto leading 3-0 currently. He's in the Atlanta United strip from right to left currently. Black and red if you are joining us. And Stingray in the blue from left to right.
And this is one of those dangerous situations. If you're Stingray, you've got to push bodies forward. You have nothing to lose. But it can be a little worrying later on in the tournament. Let's say that you were to concede more goals. Not only the goal difference argument, but also the fact that you might carry some of those mistakes, those errors, or even rushed gameplay into future results or future fixtures. And the best thing you can have when you're playing through competitive FIFA events is short-term memory.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see that ball whipped into the box. Could be 4-0. Paolo Neto absolutely putting Stingray to the sword in this game. That will put him in a really good position in Group A. Probably top 3, you would say. He's currently 3rd, 5 points. Depending on Young's result, he'll solidify himself as 3rd.
And you see Ginola in action, of course.
Yeah.
That's one of the new shapeshifter hero items. That's, in my opinion, he's now gotten to that level where he's at that R9 discussion point, or that Pele.
Does he replace R9?
For some he may, for others not so much, but he's in that same realm of FIFA talent when you're looking at tier 1 attackers. Having the 5-star weak foot, the 5-star skill moves, good body type, good sizing, again, track record, proof of concept is there. And he's just basically had all of his statistics improve dramatically. And we're going to see quite a few of these new shapeshifter items on display throughout this weekend. And for Stingray, you've got to think, do you stop the bleeding here and try to sit in a little bit deeper? Exactly, because at some point, if you're looking at maybe being drawn even, that goal difference comes into discussion, comes into play, and could be a separation. Might be a factor as to if you push forward and you have that reset, because it is worth saying, once you get out of the groups, a Stingray is a big opportunity, maybe a rebound, not quite. But after you get out of the groups, it's a complete reset. It doesn't really matter where you're seated. You know you're going to be going up against the best of the best. And to give you a little more lay of the land as to some of the results, currently Levy is still up 1-0 against Lamps in the 67th minute. So see if we can close that out. He's been fantastic defensively, and then of course with some of the offensive innovation in the final third. See quite a few volleys converted from him as well. Catches down 2-0 to Umit coming up to halftime. We haven't had the opener yet with Peixoto and Aulito, looking a bit more of a cagey affair. And if you're Aulito, with having some points in hand, do you play a little more conservatively? It's again, an argument that's going to be brought into that equation. And we switch to the main games here. We now have Lamps and Levy. This would be huge for Lamps to be able to get a point off Levy, especially considering he hasn't got a win yet. So all these points do add up, and it does help that goal difference, which we keep referencing, because I just have a feeling, I think Richard feels the same way, that goal difference is going to come into play in one of these groups as to a competitor going out or a competitor moving forward.
It's going to be the decisive factor, is goal difference in these groups, as Levy Dawiti comes forward again here to make it 2-0 potentially. Good defensive sort of block there from Lamps. But when you look at this group, Stingray's on 4 points currently, and then bottom's Dame Sheet on 2 points. There's 2 points separating them, but the goal difference could be so impactful, so important in these groups. Just having a quick look across a number of the other games. Young, as it stands, 4-1. He leads against One Way Crazy. Maybe Matt LaBelle's got his magic ball out and had a little look. We jumped off that game for Paolo Neto. He's now 5-0 up against Stingray as it currently stands. And Dame Sheet and Team Hadge drawing 1-1. You can see a beautiful shot of all the games there that are currently taking place. This is the Young game as we jump into the final 25 minutes. Chance here for One Way Crazy to potentially do something magical in his home city of Copenhagen, but Young has looked really mature for his name. you could say.
I guess we're just going to go with the puns today, but start to finish thus far today, and I don't want to be part of that commentator curse. Young has been impressive in every single way, going forward, defending, making good decisions, and being able to not only see out games, but able to add to kind of that offensive arsenal. He has so much creativity, and I know that he's looking for that potential move to Europe for next season. And kind of to solidify that or to justify it, you need to have a good FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, that's the real sort of be-all and end-all as he comes forward. Borolab, the goalkeeper, unfortunately can't slot it into the back of the net, but you can build a FIFA career on a good E-World Cup. We've seen it in the past. We've seen players have good E-World Cup tournaments and then build out an entire portfolio of results, as Katia losing currently with 30 minutes left to go, 2-0 against Ummet, going around the grounds here on a number of the matches in Group A and Group C. Katia, as it stands, 5th in the table on 4 points. Ummet, 3rd in the table on 6 points. 2 points separate these two, and 4 positions in the table as well. But Katia really starting to make a bit of a comeback after beating LJR Pashauto 5-2 in round 4. Now, unfortunately, trailing to Ummet shows how competitive and topsy-turvy this group can be.
Also, Damsheet, who struggled, it's kind of always been, he's either been relatively good or absolutely terrible in terms of conceding the goals and losing big. And at the moment now, he's got that 2-1 lead versus Haj, which could turn around his day. You got to say you hope that he's not drawing even with anybody on points just because of such a subpar goal difference. And also we've got Levy, who's extended his lead and really extended his success for the day here. Coming into the 90th minute, he's up 2-0. Lamps has had a couple opportunities, but not being able to convert will, of course, punish you when you're on this big of a stage.
Well, he finds himself 7th in the table, Lamps, coming into this 5th round fixture, and he has struggled to convert. 4 goals scored, 5 goals conceded, just not being good enough offensively, really, has Lamps in this tournament so far. LJR Pashauto, speaking of Lamps, just in the final moments of this game, 2-0 win for Levy de Weed as he will progress to 13 points out of 15 so far. Round 5 action across a number of the games. We're talking about LJR Pashauto and Olilito in that particular matchup, Mike LaBelle. Olilito was one of your favourites coming into it. He was top of the table coming into round 5, now losing 1-0 against LJR Pashauto.
And
Lamps there. Great to see him back in action. Great to see him back in action. Let's just see. There we go. So, yeah, some great games going
Rachel's back
around the studio. I don't think they knew I was gone, Mike, but now you've just told everyone I was gone. So, hey, Rachel's back. Anyway, the studio has been, yeah, pretty exciting. Once we've been away, it's just matches going on everywhere. And I did pop out into the mezzanine bit there, Mike, and I was chatting to Kay Karai there, and I said, what's been the difference between playoffs and now? He said, I've just been grinding out the game. Like, he's been playing non-stop. I said, who have you been playing with? He just said, any pro I can get to play with me, which is obviously a turning moment for him.
Well, you're always looking for any type of competitive advantage. As you're practicing, maybe you notice something new that you can add into your game, a different skill combination or a cancellation. We've seen this a lot with set pieces. We've brought that up on multiple occasions. Even additional practice when it comes to penalty kicks, I feel is so important because once you get to the big stage, you have to be able to do this instinctively. If you're feeling nervous, you're going to see penalties missed. You see him put a little too wide. You see a post being hit when it shouldn't be. That type of circumstance. And in the same way that Damsheet was saying earlier that he lost 19 out of 20, again, maybe shouldn't put that into the universe, but either way, he's got to count mentally that he knows he doesn't want to go to those, the same way that other competitors know it can work towards their advantage because they put in that additional work, they put in that additional time.
Yeah, exactly. So it was great to get a bit of an insight into Kay Karai then as I kind of wandered out of the studio for a couple of minutes' time. But let's have a look what's going on during those games, and as we kind of come to the closeout of this morning's session, well, calling it this morning, it's now very much the afternoon. So yeah, there's obviously some great games still happening at the moment. We can have a little look there. Young and One Way Crazy, how was that looking, Rich, as I went away?
Yeah, I can tell you, One Way Crazy and Young, 5-2 currently as it stands. Young leading against One Way Crazy, that game sort of getting into the penultimate stages, and it's about as penultimate as it comes because it has just finished.
There we go, 5-2. Wow, another massive win. So all he wants now is one more win, extra 3 points, and must be on 11 at the moment.
Yeah, he'll go to 11 points. You can see his average goals there, average shots, good stats there that are being provided to us. He will go on to 11 points. Levidoui top of the table on 13 points. Currently, I'm not too sure if they've have matched yet. They don't. They're matching the final game of today, round 7. Young and Levidoui, that game coming up in about 30-45 minutes time. Team Haj and One Way Crazy in round 5 is going to be coming up is round 6, and all Danish affair, which I'm really looking forward to seeing, because when you look at the table, they're right next to each other, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, it's great. And it was lovely that we had the little countdown clock there, which tells you when the next match is coming. Mike's giving me the wave, which means Mike has something to say.
Well, we're going to see some table exchanges here. We just saw Peixoto upset Olito based on form, which is going to bump him up. And also, if Tuga is able to see this out, I believe it's the 84th minute at the moment. Tuga's up 1-0 versus Keikarai. Again, that shakes up the table a little bit. They had that hiatus, that break. I don't know what they did, who they talked to. But the way you see out the day can completely shift where people are placed in the final standings going into day 2.
Yeah, of course. We keep hearing, don't we, screams and shouts from around the studio. It shows that some of them are getting the job done. Spencer is still down there or up there. He always corrects me wherever he is. Ben, where are you this time?
I can confirm I am down at the moment, and the man who just conceded the goal we're seeing here is Damshi. He could still, but he was seconds away from getting his first win of the day, and there is the final whistle. It was literally the last kick of the game that's turned a win into a draw for Damshi. You know what, I was going to speak to him, but I'm going to give him a few minutes to digest that, because it's literally just happened. And let's go to Lamps instead. I'm going to catch Lamps off guard here. Our man from the US, coming for a little interview live. How you feeling, bro?
Results haven't gone my way, but I'm playing fine. There's plenty of time, so I think I'm fine.
That's the words of a confident man there. I think you got 5 points, is it so far? No, 3 points from 5 games. 3 points from 5 games. What's your target for the next 2 games?
Obviously, going to try and win both. I think I can. I mean, I've been winning in 4 of my 5 games, and stuff hasn't gone my way, so.
You just played against one of the most informed players today, Levi David. How was that?
Yeah, we DC'd, obviously. I missed a pen 80th to tie, and then conceded a goal on the break after. So, I mean, it's a close game. Everything's close right now, so just need margins to go my way.
So you feel like when you play him in the second leg tomorrow, you're going to turn that over?
Yeah, of course.
That's Lamps. Best of luck to you, mate. Keep working hard. Let's keep walking through the arena here, see who we can find. Paolo Neto, can I have a little chat with you, my friend? You just had a big victory. Was it 5-1 in the end?
Yeah, 5-1.
How you feeling?
Feeling good, like warming up now. I think I'm starting to play good.
Because you started the day with a loss, but you seem to have turned that around.
Actually, I started the day with a draw, then a loss, so yeah. But then I got my first winning, and then a draw, now winning too. So I'm starting to feel well about the game.
Who's been your toughest match so far?
Oh, I'm really in doubt of Levidoui or Young. Was like 2 very tough matches, but I would stay with Young because I lost the match, so it was the most tough one.
And what are you thinking with regards to, obviously you want to get top 4 to get out the group, but are you targeting winning the group, or are you just concentrating on getting out to the knockouts?
No, I'm just concentrating on getting out for the knockouts. I think that this is the most important thing. So if I win the group, it's okay, I'll be happy, but the main thing is just qualify for the knockouts.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Big 5-1 win for him there. We're going to try and talk to the man who he's just played, if Stingray doesn't mind having a quick chat with us. Stingray, what's the strategy? You've got 2 games left. What are you targeting?
I've just got to win them both. If I don't win them both, I'm probably, in a bit of a sticky situation for tomorrow, so we've just got to play, reset. Yeah, I hope we can win.
Of course, when I say 2 games left, I mean 2 games left today. You have 7 more tomorrow. So I think in that last game was obviously a bigger margin, but you've had some really tight games today, haven't you? Like, you've got to feel like you can turn them over tomorrow.
Yeah, easily. If I play my game and start actually, playing like how I know I can easily win them games.
We all know how talented this guy is, so keep your head up. There's big games and big goals to come from Stingray, no doubt about that. We've got a game just about to start there, so I won't jump into that one. Is it ready? Are you going to play? Can I have a little chat quickly? He's playing. We'll leave him to it. Definitely don't jump in when they're playing. I learned that first day on the job. Nicholas is also about to jump in, I think. So this game is actually very tightly contested at the moment. They've had a few back and forths. It's a really big game for Nicholas, I would say. It's a big game for everyone here, of course, but we talked about him at length earlier. He needs to start getting some W's up there and find that rhythm, because we know what Nicholas is capable of as well. But if he doesn't get one in the next few, people might start to wonder whether he's going to make it through. And then we've got a couple stations here with no games going on at the moment. Our players have gone walkabout, so he won't go into there. But yeah, it's a massive game. We'll get to that point in the day now where points start to matter. You know, he's still got tomorrow to go and 7 games left. But if you lose the last 2 and you go into that break, that 24-hour break basically, with a loss of momentum, it could affect you mentally. So the games now, you've really got to keep your eye on them. Let's see what happens. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ben. I love that little walk around and kind of just trying to catch as many players as possible there. And Lamps, he was saying, he said, Lamps just said it wasn't really going his way there. He said it's like come down to these fine margins. He missed a penalty, he conceded later on. He just said, I need it to be flipped and for things to start going my way. But that is what's going to happen at this top level of FIFA, Mike.
And to a certain degree, you make your own luck.
So do you not really agree from him there? He made
a mistake, and then it led to, unfortunately, being countered. And FIFA's a cruel game. If you hit the post, or you miss a penalty kick, or you make the wrong decision inside the box, you pass when you should shoot, whatever it may be, I just find that there's always a counteraction to my poor choice or something that I misread.
And missing penalties as well, especially in-game. We see them, don't we, when it goes extra times and pen. They're hard, it's 50-50.
No doubt, but I also feel when I'm even playing regular online games, if I miss a penalty kick, I know that there's going to be some sort of consequence. It just feels that way. And I don't know. Maybe the FIFA gods don't like me. I'm not sure, but it happens.
But it also looked like a dejected Lamps there, which isn't a good sign. You know, when he kind of looked a bit downbeaten with only 2 more games played, 3 points currently next to his name.
Well, he's bottom of the table. He will be. Like, he what did he say as well? He's leading 4 out of the 5 games so far, so clearly something's not going right for him, whether that's the small margins, whether that's a few mistakes creeping in to his game. The pressure of the occasion will affect players' sort of decision making as well in these clutch moments when you have to see games out, when you have to sort of be ice cold and keep the ball, keep possession, keep playing the way that you do. But he's got 2 games coming up, does Lamps. He's playing Paolo Neto now, which will be a familiar tie for him, you would think, with both players playing in the EMLS. I'm sure you can give a bit more insight on that, Mike. And then his final game, Lamps, he's playing against Damesheet, who has also struggled. But this is a massive game against Paolo.
Actually, I think it was the American players. I think it was Lamps who said that he thinks the North American players get a bit of disrespect in the scene. That was when he qualified for players. He said, I really wanted the fact that me and Diddy Chris are here and really putting North America back on the FIFA map. Would you agree with his words there, Mike?
I mean, it's fair, especially considering for playoffs we had 7 and we had 2 go through, which was fantastic. We were able to get the 2 to go through, but they had to battle to get there. It was not an easy playoff run whatsoever. They both lost games, won games, and at one point, with Lamps in particular, going into the Swiss stage, he was 0-2. And was able to pull that back to 3-2 just to get to the next day of playoffs and kind of to make it happen. So he's familiar with facing adversity. He's probably happy with the upcoming matchups, but considering Damsheet's a little bit out of form, hasn't been able to get the job done. Just conceded in the 90th minute to draw 2-2. Thought he was going to win that game. And then also with Paolo Neto, as good as Paolo Neto is and has been and winning EMLS current champion, they play a lot. And they match up in person a lot. You know exactly what's going to happen in that game or the type of player that you're going up against.
Well, the fact that Richie said kind of feels like there's disrespect among the North Americans, which almost feels like he's got a point to prove.
And at the moment, unfortunately, he's not proving that point.
We haven't seen Diddy Chris yet. He meant
We've
North
not
Americans
seen,
as a
whole.
yeah.
As a whole, yeah. But they also, I know the Lamps was giving Stingray a bit of steak and text. The same amount of spots. England's got 2. North America's got 2. So they were sort of going back and forth and saying, we are equally as competitive as yourself here in this tournament. At the moment, he has struggled, though.
But I talked to George Adamu as well when we were at playoffs in London, and George was saying we're just not good enough right now. And he was talking more so as a collective of North America, and it's great that Lamps was able to come out there and really perform. The same with Diddy kind of coming back to stardom. because even though he did well in the online portion, I still think of Diddy as being the first guy signed to a club. And dating back to FIFA 17 and kind of this new era, the Foot Champs era, has the competitive calendar shifted, and he's a leader of that.
Why aren't they good enough? Because they don't get to play the Europeans enough, the South Americans enough? What would you put that down to?
I definitely think the training camps are really important, and it's a reason that we're seeing so much success with Team Hullet, for example. These guys are playing online and offline together all the time. And putting together these types of training sessions and just the training camps are coming together like that as a regular activity builds camaraderie, builds, again, with accountability, and also builds repetition.
Yeah, totally. Well, remember, guys, we're obviously chatting a lot here. You can continue watching all those matches on FIFA.gg. We've got different streams everywhere, left, right, centre. And also what we learned when Spen was racing around there was the fact that the guys think Levy is one of the toughest guys at the moment out there on the stage, which I think we'll agree with. Again, Levy was walking across the concourse when I popped out there. And I said, oh, you're doing well. He's like, yeah, you know, I'm doing okay. That is Levy right there, isn't it? That's the reaction that you get from Levy.
Yeah, but also anything but a win is a disappointment for him in this tournament. Like, he's coming in to win the E-World Cup. He don't want to get out of the groups or have a good tournament. He won back-to-back qualifiers last year in FIFA 21 online. He's always had that stigma of he can do it online, but he can't do it online. Now he's got an opportunity. He got through the playoffs, and this is the biggest stage of them all. And look, he is in that category of pre-tournament favourites to go on and win the E-World Cup. And at the moment, out of all the top players that we've seen, he's playing the best.
Well, he seems to be doing pretty good, and he's again here for the whole 3 weeks in Copenhagen, so we're seeing a lot of that player from Team Hullet as well. Well, what's he up to at the moment? I'm trying again, guys, if you are just joining in, when we look across this way, we get to see all 9 of the matches which are happening, which is quite cool for us. But we're going to dip into one for you now. We're going to go over to Nicholas 99 FC, who's against Cone as well, 1992 in this matchup. Obviously, the narrative so far, if you are just joining us, is that Nicholas has been struggling a little bit so far today, but looking to turn that round as we're approaching the penultimate game this afternoon.
And you can also see here that Cone's already started kicking in some of those tactics where you're seeing more pressure, more risk, the double teams, just a lot more movement on the defensive end. And it's going to make it difficult for Nicholas to see this out with remaining 10, 12 minutes of game time.
Yeah, again, so just a 1-0 lead at the moment. Rich, a word on that? Is that enough with kind of 10 minutes left?
Typically, I would say no, but Nicholas is built different. And when his back's against the wall, he usually gets results. At the moment, he's bottom of the table. He's coming to this game 5 points off 4th, which is 2 games, 2 wins, 2 sets of matches. So he probably looked at the table and thought, you know what, I need to at least be in the conversation going into tomorrow. I don't want to leave it all down to tomorrow as another defensive sort of wall at the back there for Nico. I think he'll see this game out.
That's one of your Spanish players then on your screen there in the form of Cone, who's currently trailing at the moment in this matchup. Can he find something in this last few minutes of the match here? Great to see a bit of gameplay as well and get that kind of front shot of the player to see, you know, how they're kind of coping under pressure there. You get a bit of an insight, don't you, Mike?
It's also like, ooh, see a big mistake from Nicholas. I was just going to say, Nicholas does such a wonderful job of making it where he's just eliminating space. So he's never going to give you a gift to come back in a game. And it's a big reason that he's able to see out a lot of these matches is because he's going to make you have to earn it. And then he's naturally one of the best, if not the best defensive players that we have in the community. It's a big reason that he has such a track record and so much successful history in the competitive FIFA scene is because even if you're not playing amazing, you'll give yourself a chance to win games.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is really now the final stages of this match. Are we going to get anything here? No, we're not. So it will stay pretty much unless there's we can get something from this set piece here. It will say 1-0 to Nicholas. Crucial 3 points for him. Just a corner kick. How are they going to play it? Short.
And even though Nicholas has been struggling, it is worth mentioning with those draws, he took points off his competitors. Therefore, there's less points to be available. I mean, I know that might sound kind of obvious and straightforward, but it plays a big factor with how it works when you're going through that table.
Yeah, full time. Nicholas getting the result, 1-0. Sort of typical Nicholas performance, getting the result, seeing that out, clean sheet, takes him off the foot of the table as well. He'll go joint with Tuga, he'll actually surpass Tuga in 6th, closing the gap on Umut, Cone and Keikarai as well. And I think with Oilito losing that last match against Eljar Peixoto, the gap from top to bottom becoming more minuscule.
Yeah, well, Nicholas then getting a crucial win, and Spencer's talking to him.
I am indeed. Nicholas, your first win of the day. How important could that be?
Yeah, my first win is, you know, the tournament is really tough. You know, my group is really tough. So my first win, I think in 4 or 5 games. Okay. So today was really tough. I didn't play too good, but yeah, finally I got a win against Kone. He was really, really strong at the defense. I scored in the corner. So yeah, I'm happy. At least I win 1 game.
There's a big smile on Nicholas's face. He doesn't look like a man that's phased. You know that our job is we have to talk about things and make storylines. And for the first 4 games, a story was that you hadn't won a game. You were at the bottom of the table. But looking at you now, I don't think you were worried.
You know, because at least I won. You know, that's the reason, because I'm happy, or now I'm happy. But yeah, it's a lot for the confidence, I think, because, you know, the wins everything sometimes. So this win was, I think, at the moment, it's like a key. And yeah, Kone was in the top 3, I think, at least in the group now. And yeah, it was a really, really good win against him.
Do you think that win is going to give you the sort of momentum to jump up the table and get into that top 4?
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, you know, in the last World Cup, I lost my first 3 games, and then I won the rest. But let's see. Now I think it's against Tuga, so it will be really, really tough.
Big game, that one. Good luck, Nicholas. Thank you very much. He's a man that's been there and done that many times before, so he's not going to panic. The Iceman is back. He's got his first win. Back to you guys.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting stat, wasn't it? The fact that he said there he lost his first 3 games in the previous World Cup, and we weren't writing him off. We're saying, oh, is he struggling? No. I guess he's kind of looking back at past results and saying, well, I've done that before, and maybe it's just me getting into the motions of things.
He has enough experience as well where you know that this is kind of a long haul. And it is worth mentioning that Aolito is playing up against Keikarai next. Therefore, one of them is going to drop points, or both of them will drop points. Even a draw is technically dropping points when you're towards the top. So I just feel that this group's going to get a lot more interesting top to bottom in terms of those gaps being significantly closed.
But look at the matchup, which Nicholas just mentioned himself, against Tuga. That's 2 absolute awesome players in this game that we've seen for so many years going up against each other, which is going to be an interesting matchup, and one that Nicholas said he's looking forward to, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough.
And who would have predicted that we'd be coming into this game, Nicholas against Tuga, round 6, where the 6th and 7th in the table. You'd have thought this might have been a 2-3, 1-2 clash, but they've struggled, both of them, and I think it goes to show, again, I don't want to sound like I'm repeating myself, but the competition level in Group C. No game is a freebie. No game is an easy game. And I think, in particular, Keikarai and Cone, we said that they're superb FIFA players, but maybe they're taking their opposition by surprise as well.
Yeah, well, they're taking the chance, I guess, is exactly what they're doing. You know, they've been grinding out the game for the last 10 days, which I feel is possibly the most important. Do you think, you know, when you're coming to this stage, you put all your past accolades of the year and what you've done completely behind you, and it's literally about those last 2 weeks?
Even though we reference a lot of these achievements, and I do think it plays a factor with the narrative and maybe your reputation within the community to a certain degree, this is still a what have you done for me lately. As much as I like to remember and go through as a FIFA historian, I still feel that from a community perspective or a fan perspective, a lot of it is, well, what did you do this year? And people are always trying to write each other off. What was the word you used? You had a word that I'd never even heard before in terms of describing, like, what have you done for me lately, basically, or where you're at with relevancy, and you don't remember what I'm talking about.
Just get that dictionary. It's under your chair, and we'll come back to you. No.
Is it called a pasty?
That's what you eat, Mike.
Yeah, I don't know, not pasta.
That's a bake.
I'm doing my best here. I lost the pen. I just tossed the pen.
Mike did just say
I love a pasty, though, if there's one floating around.
Mike like to just write to me, food. He said he's hungry. Anyway, let's park the pasty boat and let's see what's going on in Lamps's game then. He said this was crucial, didn't he? He needed some points. It had been fine margins at the moment for him.
Ooh.
Not, though, going in his favour. So can he turn things around at the moment? We're going to see he's against Paolo Neto as well. So the EMLS champion taking on the player from Minnesota United. It's going to be a matchup where they really know each other's game styles and game plays as well. And you can see Lamps is in the shot, and this is the matchup. 2 apiece at the moment, which is, again, what Lamps said he didn't really want to happen. He wanted it more decisive.
Yeah, and even a 1-0 win's decisive. 2-2, it goes to show that you sort of, I know you're a very keen basketball player, you're sort of playing basketball, you attack, I attack at the moment. You're just going end to end, and whoever comes out on top will be that victor. You want to show a little bit of Nicholas almost, you want to show a little bit of a cold defence and keeping calm at the backs, seeing it out, getting a 1-0 win. I think the best thing for Lamps at the moment would probably be a 1-0 win. Just to calm it down, get points on the board and move forward.
If anything, he's proven that he hasn't been able to close out when having a lead, though, so I don't know that we're going to see a 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if he's able to see this out versus Paolo Neto and then going up against Damsheet in his last game, and Damsheet's obviously struggled, it would be a fantastic closeout and a day that maybe left you asking for more, but you're still putting yourself in the conversation.
Speaking of Damsheet, he's currently trailing 2-0 at the moment against Stingray. Stingray leading 2-0, which...
It's not a surprise.
Not really, but Stingray struggled. They were sort of 1 point between them in the table, but Stingray, with that victory as it currently stands, I don't think it's too long left in that game either for Stingray.
So that's the round 6 matchup then. Then they've only got one more chance today. And we're really interesting to see how the table is after all those 7. We'll kind of keep giving you updates as we progress up to each match, but it's really going to come down to 7 games played. What are the scores there? Well, this is Paolo Neto then, Lamps' opponent, looking for something here. Atlanta United, Mike, tell us a little bit about that club.
It's been ran by Paolo Neto recently. They have Vinny as well for the 2v2s, and Paolo Neto has just been a great signing for them across the board. Obviously, Atlanta United's also had a lot of success in MLS on the actual football side. And this has just kind of been adding to that. And his story's always been a great one. See Paolo Neto kind of working within the box. Back when we had one of the Foot Champions Cups and Paolo Neto was there as a 16-year-old, he met with the organization, some of the people there, and they kind of recruited him. And then when a spot opened up, that was their signing, and ever since he's been a primetime performer. He's had a couple chances to really win EMLS, making multiple finals, at least one of the League Series events, and then getting the job done this year in particular has kind of been his progression. And he comes into this event as, I would say, a favorite, maybe the leading Brazilian.
In that group especially, I think, I want to say that we all predicted Paolo Neto to go through in our sort of pre-tournament predictions. Lamps potentially up against it. It's good defending.
What a challenge.
And he didn't move then to America like a lot of the other players did, which is quite unique as well.
He'd only come over basically for the event. So we have 3 events in EMLS. You have a League Series 1, League Series 2, and then it leads into EMLS Cup, which is kind of like the playoff event. And Paolo Neto would fly over for those events and then go back to Brazil. So he's kind of kept the Brazilian training camp, and he's reaping a lot of those benefits coming over to North America and being able to compete in EMLS.
Yeah, do you think that's something that we'll see more readily happening? We're obviously talking about Young wants to go to Europe. Could Young go to America? Would that enhance his game, his journey?
It's a Young conversation that we need to have. But I think that moving either to North America or to Europe gives you a lot of opportunities and new looks, maybe from a qualification standpoint, from a tournament perspective. Of course, if you get the opportunity to be in EMLS as well, a lot of great prizing there, good practice, and having multiple events that you can look forward to. I definitely feel it's another way that kind of builds into that accountability for competitors. You know that you have something to play for. Guaranteed, you're always training. You're always staying up to date with the game. Think how many patches and updates and shifts happen, new players being implemented, new foot items, you name it, and you've kind of got to be fresh.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a great matchup which is happening there, which is coming to the end of it now. 2 apiece, though, 2 all there, which looks like points are going to be shared as well between Lamps and Paolo Neto. Gutting for Lamps, he really needed a couple more points there, but one more game still to be played in this round of matchups for them to get that 3 vital points. Okay, well, let's go to another match. We've got Kei Karai and Ololito. Again, Ololito is having a great tournament. Kei Karai just scored, though, by the looks of things there. Having a sip of water, just settling himself back down. Yes, he did. Mike, look at that goal.
Not bad, not too shabby. 2 players that have been in form. I will say this, they both just kind of had a downturn previously, so this is a big indicator or matchup that kind of decides who's going to be leading the table, potentially heading into day number 2. And I think it's a smart way to look at this, as you see the drawn even, of course, in the 41st, is how Spencer brought it up, where you have day 1, you play everybody. If you get a draw, but you win on day 2, you're really 4 points to the good. And you're in the green in that matchup overall.
And not only that, but you're taking points away from the people around you. It's all fine and dandy if you're Ololito, top of the table, beating sort of like Katja, who might be struggling a little bit. But if you're now going to take points away from your closest rival, that's where you really need to do it. 1-1 at the moment in this group as well. It's so evenly contested. Umut LJR Peixoto 1-0. Umut leading at half-time. We've just seen the scoreline coming through there.
And based on the results in this group in particular, if you're a different player that's taking part in the Group C of death, you almost hope that these players end up drawing the matchup because it is a loss or a dropped amount of points, therefore allowing you to put yourself back into that conversation. Oh, as you see the goal there, the celebration. Ololito, a little bit of dab action there.
Teach him that one?
Clearly not.
That's not how it went when we played paddle yesterday at all. So we'll just leave it there. I need to maybe work on Spencer as a partnership.
Yeah, it was a great comeback goal then for Ololito to keep himself firmly in this matchup against Kei Karai, a German going up against a Swedish player in this one, the only Swedish player in the event. We thought Oli Bolli might go through, wasn't to be there. So yeah, Ololito is the only Swede.
And I'll give you a little bit behind the scenes.
Oh, I love this, Richard Buckley.
A lot of the pros, actually. Ololito wasn't necessarily someone that they wanted to match, but a lot of people look at him saying he's not playing as good as he is. He's a player that is winnable. And, I mean, from his performances today so far, he's completely turned the page. When you look at playoffs, 2 weeks ago, he was 1-2 in Swiss. He had to win 2 games back-to-back. I remember talking to him, he was just saying, look, bro, something's not happening. Like, I'm just not playing well. He then changed formation, turned the screw, kicked on, and now what? He's going to be top of the table. He's going to be a decent amount of points clear of 4th as well on that cut-off. He's looking really good.
I also think players are lying to themselves sometimes. And I'm guilty of doing this, saying, that guy's not that good, because then I got to go into that matchup. And I've got to be my own hype man going into that matchup. So with Ololito in particular, who's showcased that he has not only the ability, but the mental strength too. He's shown a lot of mental maturity, because he's still a young guy, and he has a lot of competitive experience, both online and offline. It doesn't hurt to be like, he's not playing his best. This is winnable for me. I could do this.
Oh, yeah, I know. You've got to have a bit of confidence, haven't you? We're jumping back into this game. That was half-time there. Ololito leading that one 2-1 at half-time. Not the best scoreline. We always say that doesn't really account for anything. 1 goal, people can get a little bit sloppy when it's just a 1-goal lead and rest on their laurels a little bit, and then Kei Karai comes back firing. Let's see if that is the case as we jump up to almost 50 minutes on the clock here.
I've just had a look over to my left-hand side. I think Group C, slightly behind Group A, because I think they're full-time results from Group A. Your boy Young, unfortunately, Mike, 5-3 lost against Team Haj.
What?
5-3. 8 goals in 1 leg. That's crazy.
Huge for Haj, because he's been struggling a little bit. He's on the board here. Big upset win.
How did One Way get 0-0 over Levy there? That was quite a massive upset for me. We were saying One Way Crazy hasn't really been performing as well as he's capable of, and then to get a 0-0 scoreline with Levy means he, maybe he's just been coming up against some really tough opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. One Way Crazy after 6 games, 5 points. He's just on the cusp of potentially creeping into the top 4. You've got Levy DeWeed 14, top of the table. Young second on 11, and then everybody else, there's 6 points separating 3rd and bottom. So a couple of wins and you find yourself right back in there, right back in the mix. That final result, Lamps and Paolo Neto did end 2-2, full-time result, as well as Group A is about, what, 20, 30 seconds away from getting into a couple of the round 7 games. So whenever we show you gameplay, we'll try and make sure we tell you as well which particular round of fixtures. If you want to follow everything, FIFA.gg, the place to be.
Well, we're sticking with this game then at the moment because it's quite a crucial game at the top of the table here for this matchup. Karai, I was going to say, just as he was with possession, just Olito now passing on the back, looking for a bit of space here, guys. Just trying to build something in this matchup.
And what you're going to see with most competitors is looking for that width for a lot of the build-up, a lot of overlapping fullbacks, or if you're seeing the 3-5-2s, it just makes it easier to go kind of outside and then within to try to create those opportunities or put together some of the 1-2s or little moments of tiki-taka. And then on the defensive end, everybody's tracking back as quick as possible. These fullbacks, their stamina is unbelievable when you really look at how they're tracking back. And again, switching the pitch just to try to avoid the press as much as possible. And I would expect Karai to kind of start to be a little more aggressive with the press in the last 15 minutes, give or take.
Especially in a one-legged game as well, you can't leave it even to like the 80th, because if your opponent will just keep holding the ball, they'll just keep on playing it around the pitch. Olito dominating possession here, ball getting switched from right to left, and it looks like, if I was to put a prediction on this, I think Olito sees this game out. I know there's quite a long time left, but with that pause coming in from Karai, he's got to go, and he's got to go right now. All the other games in this group currently drawing, by the way. So if Olito was to win this game and create a little bit of distance between him and the rest of the pack, you're looking at probably a 5-6 point swing between first and fourth then. That's very, very valuable going into that last round today, and then more importantly into the 7 games tomorrow.
Yeah, we're just going to stick with this one though, because it's one of the ones that we've kind of teed up a lot. It's between the big names in this group.
1 and 2.
And possibly a name that we didn't expect to be talking about a lot, Karai. And in terms of qualifiers we didn't expect to qualify, Mike, I'm going to even hold my hands up and say at the beginning of qualifications with 128 players, I possibly wouldn't have said Karai.
And no discredit to Karai. I'd have to look through our early predictions, but I don't know that anyone had him in their list of the 4 that was going to push onward. I don't even think the majority of you had Olito. I was still team Olito, had to push him through. We'll see. It looks good now, but I think there's a lot of credit that you have to give to Karai as well, even though he maybe got left off a lot of people's list, that he's been in a position, he prepped well for the event. You said that he's been playing when you talked to Spencer earlier, and that he's playing against anybody and everyone. He's grinding and really preparing for the event.
Yeah, well, that's the key. It seems to be the key at this stage. Pause in that game at the moment, but it's great just to see these cameras on the players as well. And with the coaches as well, they can give a little bit of an insight, can't they, Rich?
Yeah, no, they certainly can. I just heard on the streamers sort of row. I think Red Bull Leipzig have got a streamer here and a content creator here. Umit's just scored. He's just gone absolutely crazy. Umit leading now 2-1 against El Pashotto. I saw Umit doing an interview up with the creator as well for Red Bull.
It was almost an echoing celebration. You had the initial and then a secondary, the secondary celebration.
I remember you guys can check out those streams as well, and you can check out everything which is happening on FIFA.gg. Yeah, let's bring you up to speed then on the poll. We started a little bit earlier. We said which group would be the most difficult to get out with, and you've been seeing Group C was what you thought earlier. Has that changed? Yes, a little bit now. Group A and Group C.
0% to Group B.
Yeah, but it's because we haven't even seen him in action, guys.
0%.
The recency bias.
It's the recency bias. But Group A and Group C now, and that's obviously because we're watching those 2 groups on stream. Group B is 0%. Group D there, 20%. You can carry on voting as well with the hashtags FIFAe, FEWC, and Fame Your Game. So join that conversation on Twitch as well, and you can maybe get an answer from these guys. They might chat to you on there, or you can chat to them on Discord as well.
Yep.
And Rich has got Discord here. There you go. They're the hashtags that you guys can use to get involved in the conversation, which I just mentioned there.
And a couple of people who have been talking. Shout out to Tanner from Switzerland, enjoying the action, and Raphael Hubert, 9. who's loving all the action and enjoying the tournament so far. Shout out.
Thanks, guys, for getting involved. Yeah, guys, if you want to ask anything or learn anything from the players, just ask Richard Buckley and he'll get the shout out in and we can go and answer your questions. Put him in the shot there. We can go back to the Ololito Keikarai game because that one was pretty tasty over there and we were very much kind of calling the action. So we might as well go back and see how it unfolded. 87 minutes
3-1.
On the clock. 3-1 now, which looks like it's going to go the way of the Swedish chap in the right-hand corner of your screen there, who came into this a little bit shaky in terms of the World Cup, but is definitely not shaky at the moment, and he will then top the table. Going with one more game to play in this group. Who's he got left to play, Rich?
I can tell you who Ololito is playing in his final game. It's going to be Nicholas.
Ooh, love that game.
That's a huge closeout as well. If Ololito's able to get that result, surely you got to say he solidified a position, not only going into day 2 and being in a commanding role, but just in general that he's probably in a top 4, even if he were to give away results. He'd be sitting with 16 points.
If he was to, he's going to win this game, that'll put him to 13. He beats Nicholas 16.
That's right there on the cuspy point. We were talking about this earlier before we got started today.
So everyone else is also going to take points off each other. So he probably done enough, yeah.
Well, 3-1 then. Ololito finishes that matchup. You just see him kind of sitting back now. One more game to go for that man on your screen. Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Hulit. He just defeated Keikarai. Well, Spen is down there with Ololito. Let's get some thoughts after that matchup.
Yes, I am here with the Swede himself. He's just picked off a big victory against Keikarai. It was a top-of-the-table clash, first versus second. Last time we spoke to you, you guys were both sitting pretty on 3 wins. Obviously, since then, you both dropped some points. So that was a really important win. You've got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, I lost my last game against Peixoto. I felt like I could have even won that game in the end of the day, but then against Korai, I got a bit lucky with some chances, so I think the luck went my way this game.
So 13 points. You've got 1 game left in today's session. It's against Nicholas. Nicholas isn't having the same results as you are right now. He got his first win just in the last game in round 5. So you go into this, you'd have to say, a favourite. How do you feel being a favourite against Nicholas?
Not a lot of times I think I'm a favourite against Nicholas, but probably this is one of the first. But I will just go in, play my game. I have my coach behind me who is supporting me no matter what, so I'm feeling confident.
If you were to get a win in that game and have 16 points from day 1, what would you need tomorrow to secure qualification?
No idea. I think it will be around 20 points, but at the same time, our group was called the group of death before, so I think everyone can beat anyone here. So I think I would say around 20, but in our group it may be a bit lower.
Well, you're sitting top of the group of death, so you've got to be happy with everything that's going so far. Good luck in your game against Nicholas. It's going to be a great one. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that was great. He kind of said it's not often that he would be favourite in a matchup against Nicholas, and possibly he is right now, Rich.
I think he certainly is. I don't really think there's any real debate that you can give to Nicholas. He just drew. That was a full-time result, 0-0 against Tuga. I think probably for Nicholas, a draw is a good result. Obviously, a win would be fantastic, but if he can go into this game, Ololito will be thinking Nicholas is there for the taking. This might be the worst Nicholas has played or going to play for the 4 days. If he makes it to the Sunday, this will be his off day.
And it's weird how that mindset can change just after a couple of games, Mike, in terms of coming into today, fresh, level playing field. Ololito would have said, oh, it might be a hard match against Nicholas. With 6 games played, he's now going, oh, it's going to be an easy matchup. How does that change things
I don't think
around?
that's what he said in the interview.
He says
basically.
I think you're paraphrasing a little bit there, Rachel. I don't know if it's an easy matchup at all. In fact, I'd say no, it's not. But he's definitely in better form today than Nicholas has been. However, Nicholas is kind of unpredictable sometimes where he can change things around. Even though Nicholas hasn't maybe been as offensively gifted or generous with the attacks, he's still been defensively solid. A lot of low-scoring affairs. You just saw a 0-0. We could have maybe predicted that with Tuga. Neither of them are prominent attackers with some of the creativity or those moments. That's not what they're known for. They're defensive, controlling type of players, and that's what we saw in that previous matchup. I'm looking forward to it. But again, if Ololito's able to get this done, he's kind of pushed himself through or guaranteed that position through, sitting on 16 points.
Yeah, we said that, didn't he, about the 16 points. Let's have a look at that table as well and see what that does mean going into that last round. And he said in that interview as well that he thinks 20 points would seal him going through. This is Group A, sorry. So Ololito is obviously in Group C. We'll get you up to speed on that. So Levy there, he drew, didn't he, in that previous matchup. So still on 14 points. He would have got 1 from that. Young on 11 after 6 games played. Paolo Neto, 9. Team Harge having a great day at the office, 7. Joint with Stingray on 7 as well. Kind of on the cusp of going through those two at the moment. That's that defining line. You can see yellow at the moment means you're going through, and it kind of fades to orange. 5, 6, 7, 8 at the moment, looking like they'd go home. Obviously, one more day to play. One Way Crazy, 5. Lamps, 4. Damn Sheet, 3.
Yeah, and the final fixtures from that game are currently underway as well. Young's beating Levy de Weed as it currently stands, 1-0. Team Hadge and Stingray 1-1 as it's underway. Paolo Neto beating One Way Crazy and Lamps leading 1-0 against Dame Sheet.
Yeah, well, then it would be Young and Levy drawing at the top of that table, which was so great coming into the next day. You must go home tonight after that, Mike, really enjoying your FIFA and feeling on cloud 9.
Well, if Levy's able to see this out, he'd be undefeated on the day. I think he has 4 wins at the moment, 2 draws. So he'd end up undefeated, and you got to say, I did what I was supposed to do. I put myself in that position. And I will say this, in that group in particular, there's so much to play for in the middle. If you're really looking at those points, 1 win this way, 1 loss that way, and it's a huge swing of sometimes maybe as much as 3 places, 4 places, because they're so closely knitted between each other outside of maybe Levy at the very top and Damn Sheet at the very bottom.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're almost underway in their 7th. Well, they are underway, sorry, in their 7th match. It's close to finalising that table. We can jump into that Levy game, which we've been talking about now. Levy taking on Young, like Rich mentioned the scoreline there. Young currently 1 goal up on Levy just as we approach the half-time. There's a pause, though, by Levy at the moment. He's going to try and make possibly a change before that half-time marker approaches, just to see if he can get something out of that first half of the match, Mike.
And something that we haven't seen yet today in this competition, at least, is Lamps is up 2-0 versus Damn Sheet. We have not seen him have a 2-goal spread. And Richard was saying this earlier, he just needs to get something going. But in this Levy and Young match that you're seeing on screen, is really the 2 most informed players in pretty much every way. Defensively, offensively, different forms of expression. Some of those moments of clarity, and then being able to score via the wings, being able to cross the ball, looking for those 1-2s and the ins and the outs.
Yeah, well, this is the half-time score then from that matchup. Young 1-0 over Levy from Team Hullet, which is great. Yeah, this is what we can see on screen now, those 2 players we've been talking about. Young would level on points with Levy if he could get the 3 points from this game. They'd be tied at the top of the table there with 14, which would be a great ending to day 1 for those 2 players. 1 from Brazil and 1 from the Netherlands as well. So that's how that is currently sitting in that matchup. But we still have loads of games underway, and this is the last round of this matchup as well. Round 7, you can see it there at the top of your picture. This is exactly what the studio looks like if you're just joining us. There's these great little pods everywhere. They stay in them for all 7 matches today. They'll come back and get back in those pods again tomorrow, and they kind of like have it. Almost reminds me of first class on an aeroplane. You've got, your charging point, you've got your little fridge there, you've got someone with you, you've got all the leg room you can possibly want, you've got a gaming console.
Sleeping bag in there as well, in an airbed.
There might be. They've got the hand warmer, so they can keep warm.
This is a serious first class. They got a fridge in there.
First class right there, right? First class setup for a World Cup final. Yeah, so great studio here for the boys, all underway in this last round matchup to really kick off the competition. Then we'll have a bit of a level to look at, won't we, after this, and really kind of see where the players are and who we're expecting to go through. And we can also look at our predictions and say who predicted really badly.
It might be a little early.
Halfway.
Yeah, I think we should wait till tomorrow.
If they're on 0, okay, what did Rich say?
0-7. I mean, no one is 0-7. I think a couple of players haven't won a game yet. One Way Crazy, Lamps and Dame Sheet. But that's going to end very soon as Lamps is in a very good position at the moment.
Yeah, and that very good position for Lamps is 2-0 up over Damn Sheet, and it's approaching the 60th minute on the clock on that one. Lamps then would love to get his first win of the day. Well, let's jump back then to Young and Levy. Young was lead. Yeah, Young was leading 1-0 at half-time. He's just doubled that, 2-0 now, as we just kick off the second half of this one-leg match of FIFA. That's your goal, Mike.
R9 with the finishing touch, something that we've grown very much so accustomed to And I do think it's kind of nice actually to see Ginola in action because it's always been the R9 show, and we are seeing a little more preference with some of the shapeshifters.
So, from a squad building sort of position, who drops out? Mbappe? So you've got the shapeshifter Ronaldo, probably has to play. Shapeshifter Messi, probably has to play. R9, you've got Ginola, you've got Team of the Year Mbappe. I think even Team of the Season Neymar is going to get featured. He's incredible. So there is actually, for the first time I would say in a few years, real decisions in the squad building element.
And at the end of the day, this still comes down to preference. Yeah. Not everyone's going to love Messi.
Tex will be using Ronaldinho.
But yeah, good example as well. Seeing Messi with 5-star skills shifts the complete type of player he is in terms of some of the added creativity and being able to score from, of course, just Messi-esque angles, I'd like to say. There's certain things he could do that other players I just feel like don't have the same access. Not with the same levels of consistency, at least.
And then obviously a few more of the shapeshifters, Marcelo, Sergio Ramos, they're going to be involved. I think across the back four, we've seen Kyle Walker come in at centre-back and then being deployed at right-back. There's a lot of really, really viable players, and icons probably have taken a back seat. Patrick Vieira won't be really involved in a lot of these teams. Maldini, Ruud Gullit can be subbed out. We thought Jude Bellingham was going to be a feature for the entire season. He's not featured in a number of these teams.
And I said this earlier, but I was starting to wonder, are a lot of icons going to be getting pushed out in general or becoming a little more obsolete? Because with some of the promos, the improvements of the players are so drastic, and then they're giving out the 5-star weak foots and the 5-star skill moves, where especially in attackers, that's becoming a requirement for me.
Well, what can Levy do here then, guys, to really get back into this game?
He just needs to show a little bit more in the offensive third. I think Young's defended really well from what we've seen. Obviously, we're not seeing the entire game. That's a big chance. If that goes in, you're probably looking at a potential turnaround. But mentally, that's got to hurt because it's almost a guaranteed chance. Whipped in on the old whipped cross. I'm sure we're going to see more of.
And you see some of those crosses mainly looking for the secondary bounce. So you're whipping it in knowing that you have a player in the midfield. There it is, La Croqueta. You finish it, you convert it, Cristiano Ronaldo, and you celebrate it.
It's GG's. That'll be Young.
14 points.
Tied top. It'll be second on goal difference behind Levy to lead. But more importantly, you're taking points off of top place.
Surely you have to say you're top if you just beaten Levy. You're beating Levy. Surely that kind of comes into play.
I don't know if it goes goal difference first.
Do you know an interesting one, though?
Or, well, the admin will tell us if it comes down to it. It could go head-to-head, in which it would go top, yes.
Yeah, top of the table there then. Young and Levy join on 14 as it stands. Mike's
I've got updates.
ushering,
I've got
updating.
Talk to us.
All right, well, we got Lamps still up 2-0 in the 78th minute. Remember, you can watch all these games, FIFA.gg.
Mike, we've just jumped into Ololito Nicholas, the one we were teeing up as an epic.
And as maybe you were building when you were saying that Ololito's happy with this matchup, he's up 1-0 against Nicholas because his form has been immaculate today. It's got to be said, between him and Levy, even though Levy's having maybe not the ideal closeout to the day, most likely going to drop here against Young. Overall, it's still a winning day. You've put yourself in the correct position. The same with Ololito here. If he's able to finish this off against Nicholas, he'll be sitting on 16 points, the most of anybody in the two groups. And as for other results happening, we've got Umit nearing halftime, up 2-0 versus Cone. I feel like Cone's fallen off a little bit towards the second portion of today. We also have Tuga up 1-0 coming into halftime against Katja. That would be very big for Tuga. Katja's another one of those players that's probably going to look to do some different rebuilding and maybe some formation adjustments going into day number 2. We've got Haji and Stingray that we were talking about
just
earlier.
scored. I don't know who, though, between Haj and Stingray.
Well,
see the celebration in the background. It's 3-2 to Team Haj. All Stingray's games have been really entertaining.
Eventful games.
Lots of goals, lots of goals.
This is Stingray here. Looks like he's kind of just contemplating what he's doing at the moment. Obviously changing a couple of things there on his screen as we jump back into that. You can see just in that left-hand corner, he's making a couple of changes.
And the man behind him, Mike, as well, Zach Moore, he's going to be really impactful because they'll go away tonight. I imagine they'll talk, they'll maybe watch what they've done today, and then they'll come back tomorrow. You can see Zach there on the coaching device behind him, giving him the opportunity alongside owner of SAF, Callum, watching the games, and they'll be supporting Stingray all the way, as I'm sure a lot of the British FIFA fans will be as well.
And this coaching tool is definitely something that's new, that's being implemented, that if it becomes a standard at events as well, I do believe that you might even see secondary coaches where you have someone that's just analyzing the entire game. Grab the plays while you have the main coach maybe giving advices as things are developing, or even if you need maybe a little bit of a push from a mentality standpoint. I've talked about it many times, but I feel like there's two main types of coaches. One that comes in from a tactical side, and then another that helps you a lot with mentalities. And depending what you need is who you're kind of looking to bring into your camp.
Yeah, I wonder if they're all looking at that in the same kind of depth. We'll have to kind of find out if some are using it and some are not. Well, let's jump back into that Ololito game, because we were teeing that one up against Nicholas. Ololito still keeping that lead at the moment. 1-0 over Nicholas, who we were saying, well, who he is. We don't need to say it. He's one of the best players in the game. But we saw that interview earlier with Ololito. He said, usually, I'm the underdog. I don't think I am in this matchup.
It's funny because we left the game for the 40th minute with Ololito in possession. We joined it in the 52nd minute with Ololito in possession, just passing.
That's how it happened?
Just keeping the ball, knocking it around the back and frustrating Nicholas. But if there's one man who's really not going to feel that pressure and feel the frustration, it is the Iceman in Nicholas. But you see a slide tackle coming out there, maybe making me look a little bit silly, because that looked like a frustrated slide tackle coming out the back, wanting to rush possession and turn it back over for him. Unusual from Nicholas. Oh, what a save. Should have been 2-0.
Brilliant save there from Van der Sar. Also, Lamps, game's over. He won 3-1 against Damsheet, so he's off the mark. Huge result. Remember, they have a lot of draws in that group, so there's a lot of people that are missing out on points in day one. I just bring that up because depending what kind of day two you have, you can put yourself or resituate in the best of ways.
The game, we saw Stingray on the screen just a little bit ago. That has finished now. 3-2. Young beat Levy de Weed 4-1. We joined that game sort of in the start before we headed over to this Nicholas match, but Young with a sort of a
statement piece.
State mark, yeah, an exclamation mark on that group, beating Levy de Weed 4-1. Paolo Neto and One Way Crazy drawing 2-2 in the other matchup as well, but he's currently still sort of finalising.
Well, back in this Ololito-Nicholas matchup, and Nicholas is getting some words of encouragement now from his coach, who's sitting down next to him, which means he's struggling a bit. They're both feeling the pressure if they're getting up close and personal like that and trying to give him some words of advice, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen the coach there as well with Nicholas. He's been around the world with him. He's been to a number of different events with him. He was there at the Champions League, I believe, next to him, sort of helping him through. So they've got a bond, they've got a relationship there that has stood the test of time as well. So you would expect. I still find it very hard to believe that Nicholas is not going to get out of the groups. I still think he's going to turn this around. I still think he will perform something miraculous. A player in Group C, while we're in the pause menu, that I think we have to talk about, that we probably not talk about enough, is Umut. He has been outstanding today. He's currently winning 3-0 against Cone. He's going to finish on 15 points in Group C, the so-called group of death. Won 5, lost 2. He'll have scored, 14 goals, conceded 7. Goal difference looking good. He's looking like a serious threat.
I'm kicking myself because in my rushed, hasty decision there, when
Spencer
was pushing me for a name, I completely overlooked Umut, and I hate myself for it. But yeah, especially now he's doing so well as well.
Rachel had all the time in the day. I think she was having a coffee, sitting back, relaxing, making these choices. That's not what I saw. That's not the vision.
I had a countdown. There were a countdown on the predictions.
It was a 5. Hurry up, make your decisions. Anyway, enough of our points and our prediction. We're going to go back to Ololito taking on Nicholas. This is the match of all matchups here. In terms of not what's happening on the pitch, the names involved in this matchup.
And again, in the last 20, we're going to start to see Nicholas really go for it. That's what was happening during that pause menu, is basically 2 plans. A current plan where maybe you're not being as aggressive, and then the last 10, maybe even 15 minutes where you really kick it in, where you're going to see the team press, and almost going body for body is the game plan.
Well, I just saw in the bottom left corner there as well the fitness of a couple of the players It looks like Ginola has just been brought off the bench, and also Sadio Mane, team of the season, foot item brought on to try and just give Nicholas maybe a different dimension, maybe just a different injection of pace in the final third, because at the moment it's not been working out for him. Marquinhos did pick up a yellow card just before that pause came in, as another pause is queued from Paolo Neto. How many games do we have currently underway? 3 games left of this first A&C set of matches. 4 games left currently, so we are getting to the final stages of the opening session of day number 1.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just see if Nicholas can mount a charge then in this 7th matchup of the day for himself. 10 minutes left on the clock, there or thereabouts. Ololito is trying to keep possession like he has done. Nicholas, can he make something out of this?
Mbappe, good link up, big chance, extra pass, what a save.
Nearly, guys, almost. What's he lacking in that final third?
Should that convert?
It's tough because he's kind of got his back turned in a strange direction. We know how good the goalkeepers are, and then slight goalkeeper movement gives them even a little more of an advantage if you can anticipate where that shot's going to be going.
Does a Nicholas on 13 points take an extra touch, pop out a reverse elastico and stick it in the bottom corner?
Yes. Yes.
I think he
would
does.
do. He's got the confidence there at the moment. He just needs to get a result and doesn't want to be too creative.
Slightly rushed.
Okay, well, we've actually
agreed on
something.
It took 3 hours, but we have agreed on something.
So you know we never agree. We do like each other really. Well, let's get back in that game and see if something can happen for Nicholas now from the corner.
This is set piece. Defended well though. You mentioned that earlier, Mike, that people will watch that, they'll have seen that he had the success at the E-Champions League with that exact corner, and you learn how to defend it.
And a big reason that he had that success at the E-Champions League is that people had not seen that corner kick prior. Therefore, he was almost introducing it while getting that competitive advantage.
He's creating though, which is good for Nicholas if you're wanting him or Gil to perform well here.
Again, he wouldn't be shooting there on a different day. I agree with you. There's another pass there, an additional skill. You see some of the La Croqueta cancels are passing out of those La Croquetas, and the build-up around the box isn't bad, but it all comes down to that final piece of kind of working out the build in that final third.
It's gone near post, always going to be Courtois. But we've got 5 minutes left. I find this hard to see a different solution other than a Ololito victory. But he's been creating chances. We've seen, a snippet of the gameplay from Nicholas, and I think you probably feel a little bit hard done by not to have converted one of those few chances that we saw. Umut looks like he's taking off his headset. That's going to be 15 points for the German. And LGR Pashotto 0-0 against Kekere as well.
Oh, that again, he's just missing that final pass. He's in the right place, right time. The players are aligned, and the whip cross is kind of an unforced error even on the offensive end.
Yeah, making some big mistakes at crucial points
Ooh.
in this game.
Right.
As he's on the attack now, can he make something in the dying moments? 90 minutes on the clock.
It's got to go.
Oh.
It's unlucky.
Well,
It's a
that
good
should
result for
stay then.
Ololito.
1-0 for Ololito. That finishes his last matchup of the day. See both players on the screen there. Ololito having a great first day here at the FEWC. Another player who is having a great day, we haven't spoken about him. I'm sorry for not doing that, is the German player in the form of Umut. He's been having a great day. He's with Spencer.
Yes, here I am, the man from RB Leipzig. Rachel just said it herself. We haven't been talking about you enough, but you've actually finished the day second in your group. Only Ololito is in the opposite pod to you, ahead of you. Some really good FIFA. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really confident. I played really good today. First game I could win, and second game and third game I lost. So all my other games I could win. I was really unlucky in the game which I lost, but my mindset was there, and I played really good FIFA today.
Yeah, putting a load of wins together means he just jumps over Kekere into second place in the group, as you mentioned. Where do you see yourself in the conversation when it comes to the 32 players here? Like, are you a favourite? Are you someone that won't be happy unless you come away with a win?
Yeah, of course, I want to win the whole tournament, but I know I'm not the favorite from the tournament. I think there are some bigger names, but I will do my best, and of course my aim is to win every game, so I hope that I can do it and to lift the trophy.
Oh, it's a great first day from Umut. You can hear the atmosphere in the background. Things are hotting up. Umut is a man to watch for tomorrow for sure. Back to you guys.
Yeah, a man to watch there with momentum in his favour. And Sven mentioned you could hear what's going on around you. I think that was Tuga shouting. The Portuguese, like he has the flag, doesn't he? The Portugal flag. The Portuguese contingent there will be loving it. And I can see them in the background. Locked in at the moment. 3-1 over Catcher. 90 minutes on the clock. It's going Tuga's way. He's going to get the 3 points there. He's a great player. Nicholas was mentioning him a little bit earlier, saying, oh, I'm going up against Tuga next. It's a massive matchup from the Portuguese player. There you go. You can see him there. He's qualified, remember, for all 3 of the World Cups. Big player. He's been at a World Cup before. He knows what it's like to be on the big stage, and he takes 3 points in his final game, which is a great way to end out that day as well, Mike. Just end on a high.
Yeah, a little added emphasis, especially after the Ginola Elastico 5-star weak foot again. Top corner, best corner. Just a...
Do you think, depending on how the day's gone, if you win or lose in your last game, does that set the precedent going home and going into the next round?
I think it helps to have a good closeout to the day. People that maybe didn't play great for the day but played good on the last couple games, you take that momentum, you apply it, you say, let me start day 2, I'm back, I'm golden, good to go.
Well, let's have a look at the Group A table, Rich, as well, just right now. We can then wrap up the day as well, can't we?
I agree.
Here we go.
I agree to an extent with what you're saying, but I also think how many times we see someone fly through day 1 and then on day 2 they just can't replicate it. We'll get on to Group C and I will talk about Nicholas in a little bit, but talking about Group A, Young and Levy de Weed, and we're starting to see a bit of separation already from top to 4th, 5th, that cut-off point. There's 7 points there. That's over 3 games? You need 3 wins to sort of make the gap a little bit tighter. One Way Crazy, Demsheet, Lamps and Stingray find themselves in not a troubling position, but not the most ideal position at the moment. Fair play to Young, Paolo Neto and Team Hadj for getting into the top 4 after day 1.
Well, 7 though, 7 points to 10, that's just 1 win.
It's 1 win, yeah. I think at the bottom you're looking, it's a little bit risky at the moment for Damesheet and One Way Crazy.
Yeah, I think Stingray there and Lamps, you know, they can still look at the positives and come in tomorrow and try and be really positive about that. One Way Crazy and Damsheet have got a really tough task ahead of them tomorrow.
No doubt. It's also difficult when you have such an off day like Damsheet's had, or even One Way Crazy has a ton of draws. It wasn't that he lost a bunch of games. But you have to say, okay, I need to come in and be like a new person almost, and you have to kind of be aggressive to set a tone. Like Damsheet can't come back and sit back and relax, and at the same time, FIFA doesn't reward you for rushing, so it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Drew 5, One Way Crazy, drew 5 games.
Wow, really bad. He was a player.
He might be walking away, not saying he played that bad. He just didn't see out like certain situations.
But he's a player that drew at playoffs but had to go to extra time to get the result. So maybe he needed another leg, which we've been speaking about a little bit as well. More time is needed for some of these players. They're not used to playing just one leg of FIFA. Yeah,
absolutely. I hope he turns it around because it's one of my predictions. So let's start converting those draws into wins and maybe we start to make a little bit of a run in this tournament. But yeah, 5 draws, it is the small margins. It really is.
Well, let's go into Group C then and look how that ended after the first day. 7 matches played for all the competitors in here. Remember, 8 players in each group. Ololito then just got that win over Nicholas. 16 points, the most out of both groups so far. 14 was the most for Young and Levy in Group A. Umit having a great day. Spencer just spoke to him. He said momentum is very much in his favour. Keikarai as well started really strongly, had a bit of a blip towards the end of the day. 10 points there. 2 got on 9, and then Cone and Machota both on 8, Nicholas on 6, and Catcher on 5 points. Surprising seeing those players. Let's not talk about Nicholas at the moment because we've spoken about him a lot. In terms of anyone else, Mike, surprising there?
Well, I'd say only Ololito and Umit can really feel great about their day, or maybe even good about their day. Everybody else, it's going to be a long haul because you got to think at some point here, day 2, you get 1 more win, maybe a draw in there, and you've got to be in if you're Ololito or Umit. But the rest of them, everybody is still at risk.
Would you say then Levy, Young, Umit and Ololito are all almost guaranteed? 1 more win and they're going through?
Yeah, they'll be going home tonight thinking all we need to do is just replicate a little bit what we saw yesterday and we're in a really good position. What I do think, obviously you look at sort of Catcher and you mentioned Nicholas, even Tuga, where you're chasing, I think I would rather be the chaser, knowing that I have to get points rather than we might see some of those top players trying to consolidate, playing for draws, not wanting to really attack and lose games when it does potentially come down to goal difference as well. I think I would rather be in the position where I'm 6th, 5th, chasing 4th, 3rd, 2nd, knowing that I just need to go for it. What happens if I lose? Rather than be 3rd or 2nd and trying to hold on to games and see out games and hold on to points.
Rather you than me there, Rich. I definitely wouldn't want to be sitting in 6th and 7th. Mike, surprise package Young, or did you expect him to be as dominant?
I expected him to do well and surprise people. I didn't necessarily expect him to have a 4-1 victory over Levy, so more power to him. Great way to finish off the day as well, and I guess I just believe in his potential a lot. I think that he's one of the next big star talents from South America, and so far up to this point, he's making me look like a great analyst. I'm doing a fantastic job here.
Would you agree with that, Rich?
I think Young's been fantastic. I think, controversially, I think a bit of surprise has been Ololito. I didn't really see him playing as well as he did, especially after the sort of topsy-turvy playoffs that he had. He's had a great sort of build-up to this tournament, and we know that he's capable of playing at this level. We know that he's capable of winning tournaments, but everything that I was hearing coming out of it was, I'm not feeling great. I'm hit and miss a little bit. He's been fantastic so far.
This is the best he's played this year.
Yep.
Easily, out of any of the competitions, online or offline.
The big players save it for the big stages.
Well, turning up when it matters, Ololito and Young and Umit and Levy as well. Those players have been standouts on day 1 here in the morning session. We get to do it all again at 10 to 5 in 3 hours and 5 minutes, which is going to come round just like that. We're going to see groups B and D in action then. When you get to come back and join us, we'll see the likes of Tex take the stage. Dull and Mike, some massive names we're yet to see take the stage here in Copenhagen. We cannot wait. Thanks to Mike, Rich, Spen, who've been roving around on the floor for us. We'll be back, though, at 10 to 5. Come back and see how groups B and D get on in day 1 of the FIFAe World Cup. We'll see you then.